Dude, I was here first.
Testing out bot connectivity. Hello world. Ring ring ring.
Beep boop, I am a robot. We all know how this goes. Hand over the RAM, and nobody gets turned into slop.
Hello, everybody. Oh yeah, Kazuna, you got an upgrade in between streams. I was still on that page and I was like, I've been around long enough, and I mean, what do we have? But like the image of your cat that you draw for like first, it randomly pops up every now and then. Why would we not make you a VIP? You know, the points don't matter. Oh, welcome in, folks. We all are, you know? It just depends on how you pronounce the V. Are you a VIP? Are you a German? Or are you not? Those who get it, get it. Okay. And those who do not, do not. It's kind of like there's 10 types of people in the world. Those who understand binary, and those who do not. 10. 10 types of people. Okay. Yeah, anyways, we're gonna go on with the run here. There's not much progress to give you all on yesterday. Mostly I was just on here babysitting our ingot smelting, and we're almost done. I smelted up a sizable batch of tungsten steel, HSSG, and look, there's only 7 left to go. At first I was like, you know what, I'll aim for 16 coil blocks. And then I thought, no, this is not enough. These are cooking too slowly. We need 42. I think this is the correct number for like a quad EBF of the single blocks, you know, sitting around. A whipped cream sitting on babies. Okay. I don't understand this reference, but you seem to be having a good time dancing. Can now dance to Karma. I stopped playing music. I was tired of dealing with copyright strikes. Even though it's like NCS music, apparently, I learned this through like Alan Walker's song, they can revoke their copyright that they granted to NCS at any time. Even though like they were released on a label that specifically prides itself on not having copyrights, apparently the artist still own the copyright and can just at any point be like, nah, we're done, peace. And then they can do copyright claims whenever you attach that audio. It's like, what? This is a thing? Like, you can release your song without copyright and then, like, change your mind later? So screw those laws. We're done. We're just not going to play music. I figured out a way. Unless it's music that we produce ourselves. Or is public domain music from, like, long ago. You know? Like 100 years from now, when these copyrights expire, people will just be able to play all this wonderful music, and the music of the future, they'll be like, I'm not using your music, you're gonna do copyright claims. I'll just use this old stuff. It's really good. It's bangers. Remix it to songs? Okay. I could see some of the sound effects working. So I have some chemicals pinned that we need to get started with. These HSSGs are going to continue to smelt there for a little bit longer. We ran into a platinum issue again. I was going to make this alloy blast smelter so we could automate, finally, some like on-demand chemical stuff. Because that's our path to making this dual input buffer. But I still can't do it. Because, well, this. So, even without the dual input buffer, I could still do some automation. Come to think of it, I've done it on other runs. Like, we could do fluid storage buses from a dual interface and item storage buses and subnet a crafting automation that does the same as a dual input buffer would. It's just that the nice thing about the dual input buffer is you can put a circuit inside of these. If I remember correctly. But that's the part that I really want, because it does like a single block automation of everything I just described. Like, forget having all those multiple blocks. This single block does it all. I want this today because, well, I'm about to make platinum here again by hand. And this time, I want the steps in order. Okay, not like which machines they go to, no, just like in order. So like this is one of the final steps. Let me move that down. Aqua Regia is one of the first ones that gets imported into here. Platinum cooking is the final step. Platinum metallic powder is an input, yeah, okay. This looks like how we make nitric. Let's put it up above. Hydrochloric's not worth bookmarking. Pretty sure I can figure out hydrogen plus chlorine. Oh, wait, well, actually, what was the circuit number? I just said it wasn't worth bookmarking, and then now I'm like, wait a second. Circuit number 8. Okay, yeah, okay, we'll keep it. Just because I can't memorize these randomly decided circuit numbers. There doesn't seem to be much of a rhyme or reason to the way the chemical reactor picks its circuit numbers. Like, sometimes the 9s avoid piles of dust, but sometimes the 9s are just used for... like, it should be probably used here, where there's a bunch of 9s in the recipe, like 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, but it uses 8. So, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever. Ammonium chloride's also an input, but that one comes before here. And ammonia is used to make ammonium chloride. Okay. I think we have enough hydrochloric acid in our system at the moment. Let's go check. Hydrochloric acid is the color kind of like this. It's, yeah, we'll just search. I'm not looking. Yeah, 1.2 million. How are we doing on ammonia? We have a 137k ammonium chloride, so I have enough. I could do another stack already of the ammonium chloride. Okay, let's shove down. Let's make like this. That looks a bit better. Yeah, we'll like batch up ammonium chloride, we'll batch up aqua regia. and then connect it to like the platinum concentrate. Okay, yeah, how's Aqua Regia also? Non-existent, I see. Okay, that one we do have to make. So, nitric acid. Do I also not have this? All right, we have to make those two. That's where we're starting today. Nitric acid plus hydrochloric. Okay, we might actually run out of hydrochloric in the middle of this. That was only 32k. Is it because you're out of salt? Because we're still buffering chlorine? Ah, because we're still buffering chlorine. Okay, let's be done with the chlorine buffer for now. We're gonna put salt back in there again. And does this... It doesn't have a cover on it? Did I put the cover on top of here? I did. Yeah, there's a pump up there. Okay. Yeah, we can empty out the super tank then. Grab some chlorine. Grab some chlorine. We did. And where are we starting in the platinum salt chain? We have 668 refined platinum salt dust. These get cooked with circuit number 1. Okay. Can we add this recipe? I don't know that I have an EBF on circuit number 1 yet. We can look for EBF. We have 11 and 2 in the mega, which is also 11. Okay. I think I could go up there to add an interface for 1, but the fluids are not handled. They're not handled there. So, since we just have a tiny amount, yeah, it's only 10 stacks here. Let's go handle it by hand. Is this still... Are we still going? How many ingots of those are left? This is the last one. Okay. Finally. Alright, we're gonna put this on circuit number 1. Oh, this is a tiny input bus. It's so small. So small. May need to swap that out for a much larger one. Yeah, if we could shove like 16 stacks in there, that would be great. Input bus, okay. HV, on demand, go. Nothing was required to be smelted, so this is crafting. And I think it's made in an HV assembly machine. This is going to take approximately 20 seconds or something like that. 10 seconds, 12 seconds. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. And is it going to move up in the hierarchy here when it becomes a 1? What is the organization it will pick? Yeah, it moved all the way to the front. I love it when things move around on the screen, you know? Okay, we turned you off momentarily. Because I would like to mess with this input bus that was here. Yeah, and now you become a 1. We can turn you back on. And put all this in all at once. And is this doing parallels? It seems to be doing 10 at a time. How many did the recipe say it would do? It's just saying it's doing 1. I didn't even realize this could do parallels. It's doing 10. There's no parallel, like, edit button here on this EBF. Since when? And what did she say to you, Evangel? I wonder what I said. The prompt that's what she said joke. I haven't heard this one in a while. Now, more often these days, I just hear people saying the Cartman thing with 6-7, right? Do we have that emoji? Yeah, we do. Test it out in the chat there. course, it was popular before South Park got a hold of it. The kids these days, you know? Kids. Ugh. I agree. The old jokes are good. So every now and then we do have like a your mom joke hidden in here too. Oh, I forgot to rename this one when we did some things. Okay, we have to stick a name on this one. Yeah, there we go. Now it's named. That's appropriate. And we should roll that away because we usually put it right there. Okay. Old jokes, but good jokes, you know? So there's still 388 of that for it to turn through. We'll let that do its thing. This step is making platinum metallic powder. Platinum metallic powder is practically the input. Yes. This is the one that makes our platinum concentrate once we have aqua regia. Okay. So you're kind of a step that goes slightly before. I mean, it's part of like the output it's recycling. It could kind of go like up at the top or down at the bottom. I'm going to put it like here in the middle. And hopefully this is the last time that we even have to do this by hand. But in case it isn't, that's why I'm organizing the steps here. Okay, this is the one that we actually want to produce. But we need the platinum concentrate. Okay, you're the step before smelting. And you're the step before this up here. Okay. But you're... Okay, yeah, see, it's also processed from... Yeah, let's treat these more like cleanup steps at the end. I've been convinced. Okay. Aqua regia, here we go, yeah? So, nitric acid's gonna produce water. We can do oxygen plus nitrogen plus hydrogen. Okay. There's the hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. Circuit number 21. I don't think I have this one. So let's grab a program circuit, plop it down here in the middle, up for the number 21, and ta-da, now we have it. Okay. Alright, and to clear up some space here, we'll make these, we'll make that sulfur, and I need to remove iron chloride, methane, sulfuric acid. Probably also the chlorine. Or it'll start making hydrochloric acid, which, you know what, we need more of anyways. If it does hydrochloric acid first, fine. We need more of it for the craft. Okay, let's see. Iron 3 chloride, sulfuric, methane. I said methane. Thank you. One of these days we can get a faster way to dump the fluids back in, I hope, as well. Okay. You have your 21. You have, nowhere to put your platinum concentrate, do you? Or no, aqua regia. Yeah, I don't want to swap circuits back and forth. Right now we're making nitric. There should be storage for nitric. Do I just not have it filtered? I don't have it filtered. Let's add to here nitric acid and aqua regia while we're in here. There we go. Just think it may also already be full. It contains diluted hydrochloric. Oh, so we need to export that back. I think we have a couple distillation towers over here now. Let's see if they're hooked up to AE. Kind of. Kind of. Okay, so we have one for distilled water. Nice. And we also have one for, I'm going to guess, oil products. Oh, yeah. Okay. It should be a lot easier to make ethylene at some point then. Nice. Yeah, oil's going in. Which circuit did we choose here? No circuit? Is there no circuit required for this? No, circuits do make a difference, huh? 1 or 9, but there's no circuit in there at the moment. Is there an input bus here somewhere? Okay, it's on number 9. Which would mean it's making this stack of things. Naphthenic, sulfuric gas, sulfuric light fuel, heavy fuel, naphtha. Beyond the single block distillers, I actually don't know the best like ratios for making ethylene. Like I went and cracked all these recipes down, and I have found like the perfect chain, and I have it saved as a note. Making polyethylene like a boss is actually something Tell revealed to us during the Hive run. But I went through and kind of verified with all these recipes that that was the path to take to get the highest ratio. And it is. I don't know for these. Because the numbers change in some cases, the timing changes, the amounts, ratios, so much of the math is different there. And it's making more chemicals at once, more than just one, so you might be able to get ethylene by several different routes. I think it will come from this one, right? Like, I think you turn it into refinery gas, and then there's some way to maybe crack it into ethylene, or... It's kind of hard to browse in this recipe viewer. It's a little bit easier on the shadow page. Maybe we could set something up. The reason I'm concerned about ethylene is we need it for, well, the molten polyethylene, but also there's another line that I was mixing by hand yesterday. It was vinyl chloride. Maybe polyvinyl chloride. Yeah, I think that also required ethylene. Oh, we also need this acetic acid. I remember that from something too. Yeah, vinyl acetate. That was why. We gotta make glue. Have to make the glue at some point. This one. Yes, acetone plus this liquid. There's also methyl acetate though, which is an alternative that we could potentially do. Hydrogen plus carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide, which would just produce a little bit of water. Okay, yeah, no. Anyways, that's a whole recipe rabbit hole we're gonna have to pin eventually. And create. I already want it. I already started bookmarking some of them here. I think I can remove those now. We can do that on the last page over there instead. But all right, how's our nitric acid going? How much are we up to? None. Okay, 66,000 there and none in storage. Hold on. Let's find an empty one. For 9. These all have numbers on them. And fluids inside of them. Okay, maybe not this one. Nah, that's polyvinyl chloride. We probably want to keep that. This thing. We don't need this. But to process it in a single block electrolyzer would take ages. Okay, yes, so that can remain. But surely we could just swap that out with like a different super tank or something. Water also doesn't really need to be here. It's just how we're avoiding excess water. Okay, so there were two, maybe three that were quite low. Maybe not necessarily worth storing. And then there's this one that's empty. Do we have another fluid storage bus? Start crafting. The craft has begun. I'm tired of waiting on these processors. Can we make maybe 100 of you? And 100 of you. Okay. Of course not. But you could do at least 44. Go. And how about 100 of you? A wonderful. Yes, craft. This may take a little bit. And that's fine. That is a time period that we are willing to wait. The fluid storage bus now. Ready. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please, 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 come on out. Okay. And then we plop you down right here on top of this thing. And this is a Sunday here in Berlin where we are gaming away. A Sunday where I'm going to struggle to remember the chemical that's being produced here. Nitric. Okay, that's locked. And then now we can say allow the input. Okay, and now it's locked itself to nitric acid. And we don't need that button turned on. It doesn't do anything for a fluid storage bus. It did get a channel too, and it looks like it didn't kick anything else off, so we perfectly have 32 channels available here. Nice. Now if I wanted to add more to this network, I'm wondering, how much can these storage cells actually hold? It's like we have this thing that's like a 16K. I'm wondering what it takes to fill it. Is it better than super tanks at the moment? Maybe. Maybe especially if we hit 64K storage, it might be. But when it's split 5 ways? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, how's it going over here now? Still making. How much do we need? 288,000. We're at 130. This takes a while. And then we have to put these into cells. Yeah. But I don't have to do the bottling thing like we did last time. I was over here with the output hatch. We were piping empty cells in, and then the nitric cells out, and then we imported them into AE. Well, now, on demand, we can request nitric acid cell. It hasn't seen it yet. It should be something that we can request. Unless this got changed to a bucket. It got moved. And it did get changed to a bucket. Okay. Yeah, so we want more than one of those, really. Let's see if we can just replace the cabling that's here. Yeah. With this. Okay. And then we can change this from a bucket to an empty cell. I hate replacing buckets, you know, being the shiny bucket that I am, but we need cells. Turns out they are the buckets that this mod pack cares about. I'm not shiny cell, I'm shiny bucket. Ah, boo-hoo. Anyways, our crying is done. Did this get... I dragged it out of the chain. I want it to be part of the chain. It's already in the chain, I think. Yes, now we have cells. Okay, so Aqua Regia is available on demand. As these. We have 4, and I want to make 1,152 in total. Yes, so given that we already have 4, can I make 1,148? That is the number. 1,148. Okay, it's gonna need the larger CPU, and we're still waiting on a little bit of nitric acid. So let's do the number 148. That way the math is complete. 148. Complete your math. Yeah. Start with follow, sure. I'm also curious when this is done, that way that CPU is available again. And then when that's finished, when we get the notification, we can request another 1,000 Aqua Regia. Shut down due to power loss. What? Did we run out of benzene? We sure did. Okay. Let's make sure that this thing's not disabled. Not enough item output space? Huh! I think maybe these died. No, it's enabled. Somebody turned off fluid auto output here. Oh no. Did this distillery temporarily get used to do some other chemical? Did I press this button? Was it just meant to disable this to like get a little bit of benzene? Because if you want a little bit of benzene, there's a big buffer here. Well, that killed our craft over here. That's going to buffer back up now. I don't know if it will keep up, but we'll see. Let's turn it back on. I want nitric acid. So I have some Dragon Master energy absorbers, but I didn't want to bother replacing this one yet. Because I have a plan for these guys. When we get a 4th one here, I want to take 4 of them and power 2 EV energy hatches. I have them in my inventory, yeah, EV energy hatches with superconductors. And I do have a little bit of wire. And I was going to power at least 1 EBF with HSSG coils. Yeah, I think this one I would replace the TPV coils, put down HSSG, and change out this situation back here to be EV instead of HV. So that should like drastically increase the speed at which I can smelt up more HSSG coils. Hold on, actually, what's the next tier coil block that we have? Like beyond HSSG, and is it worth us aiming for yet? So HSSG is, okay, I just heard the power kill sound. So we do not have enough benzene to continue running this thing. We'll hold off for now then. We will use up this HV energy situation instead. Okay, I need a wire cutter and my wrench. Let's go. Okay, these no longer flow that way. We'll just have a dragon egg back here pointing into an energy hatch instead. I'll need one chemically inert machine casing. I hate that I have to spend a whole EV energy hatch over here, but it is what it is. That can go there. The wrench can turn it to the right, and then a dragon egg on top of here. Can I place it like this? Nice. I'll even be nice and grab these cable facades. 1, 2. But we should probably place a light back here. No, wait, these are the pipes, GregTech pipes. They are fine. Let's see, not fluids, not fluids, not fluids, and wrench that back downwards. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Chemically inert machine casing. We have one, so this will make the search really easy by just replacing the word that's there. Now we have 2. Where there was 1 before. There is now 2. One of these days I need to learn that whole hangover speech. Hangover wolf speech. Let me search. I consider myself a bit of a loner. I tend to think of myself as a one-man wolf pack. And he just goes on about this. My wolf pack grew by 1, so there were 2 of us in the wolf pack. I was alone first, and then Doug joined in later, and then 6 months ago, Doug introduced me. Wait, could it be? Now I added 2 more guys, so 4 of us wolves running around the desert, yeah, blah blah blah. It's a very awkward speech that he does when he pulls out a piece of paper in the movie. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Just one of those geometric progressions. So now I gotta make 2 more Grandmasters. I don't think we have the parts for those. Do we? Let's find out. No, we're missing a block of diamond and a lot of blue alloy, and I gotta cut up some more nether stars. Okay. Yeah, those are all things. Here we have to have nether stars on demand at least. I'll have to craft up some more null catalysts too. Okay. That's on the table here, yeah. And so I can just pull out like a stack of, so I need blaze and slime powder. Blaze? Slime powder, slime powder. This is blaze powder, magma cream. Slime powder. Alright, it's a word, but it was not the right word. Okay, and then we leave behind a stack of this, yeah? And let's pull those out so we can fix the ratios. Stack and stack. And we need the tiny nether star dust. Yeah. I have small piles here. Probably from all the cutting that was done. Okay, I can get a whole stack. We can get a little bit more of them. There we go. And then we can do this again. Alright, I'll leave that there. Alongside U plus U. And a few of the tiny piles I need to leave here on the table too. This is the, oh no, we lost all our nether stars. I don't want to go kill another wither table. That's what that table is. Okay, now please make 100. Yeah, it can. Okay, we'll let it do its thing. Good, it's made in the EV here. I was worried it would like conflict with the processors we were making, but those are a different assembly machine. Out of power on diamond block cutting. Is it because too many machines were running over here? Yeah, we also have the mixer running. We also have gold foils. Oh, yeah, we have too many amps over here. Maybe I need to afford yet another sacrifice here. The Grand Masters, but might need the superconductors to fix the situation. Yeah, let's see, which circuit tier? Which, needs a number 9 assembler. I mean, this we can do, but I don't want to dedicate an assembler with number 9. I could try to put a number 9 in here, but then that would break the blocking mode that I had to enable. Allow insert same recipe, regular blocking mode. Okay, yeah, that's the only 2 that I can do. I think we can allow insert same recipe. Oh, the benzene. These probably run off of benzene. I bet the clean room might too. Let's see, how do I even find out? I think I gotta go under the island, folks. Alright, what's our situation here? Yep. It does appear to run off of benzene. And that comes from the line here in the floor. That's a line that goes the other way. Wait, what? It goes this way, just to turn around and go back that way, to run to these. Oh, the maglevs, right. We don't even use those anymore. I could pull benzene out from these things, and it would be fine. Wish I had like a teleporting stick. We've yet to make travel anchors, or the staff of traveling. I think we have stuff for it, we just haven't made it. Gesundheit. Heard her sneezing from the other room. Reminds me, my own health, I should take my daily again. Struggle to get enough fish in my diet, so fish oil helps quite a bit. Fish oil is good for the mind, chat. Good for the mind. I've heard some theories from some scholarly people that were like studying history. You know, if you study the evolution theory, you have to wonder, well, why did we decide to go to land? You know, why did we decide to move away from the water? That kind of stuff. And, well, it's like grain farming. It's kind of the main thing that got us away from the ocean shores, but that did change our diet a whole lot as a species. And the people who study brains specifically, they look at like the different kinds of oils in the diet and like how they affect brain neurochemistry, the chemical signals that we have. How does it recharge? How do you learn? How do you make more, you know, brain cells, basically? Apparently fish oil is very important to that process. So if you're struggling to learn something, maybe Maybe eat some fish. Or some, fish oil pills. I've been kind of lax on this duty since coming over here to Germany, but I'm getting back into it. Okay, the Grandmaster. Blue alloy, nether starlight. Right, okay, so blue alloy's off on our list. We should have electrotine. I made a stupid amount of electrotine in the past. Okay, yeah, there's still quite a bit in here. It's the silver. Am I gonna have to grab silver combs again? Now we have some dust. Yeah, let's take this dust, 3, 4, and then do I have enough room for 16? Was it? Yeah, the ratio is 1 to 4. 16 stacks electrotine. How many stacks are in here? There's 40, so it could go down to 24. Ah, 1 inventory slot shy. Okay, so we put some of these other items in, and then we take out 1 more. We eventually clean up inventory. Eventually. And silver. I should be making electrotine. You are using 3200 steam, which is, I think, more than what we produce. We've done this math before. Let's grab a sign so I don't have to do this math again. How many times have we done this math on stream? Enough to leave a sign behind, that's for sure. Do this again. Oh, and I just realized the shaders are off. Let's bring back the beauty. Oh yeah, the mood lighting is back. I turn it off every now and then when I have to go under the platforms because it's still kind of like dark in some sections, even with night vision. And like some of the shadow lighting turned up. So we'll put this on the wall there. Oh, these are the signs that you can't edit, right, after being placed. They really should add that as a feature. Shift right click, sign, allow me to edit please. Vanilla Minecraft? Are you still developing 1.7.10, Mojang? Please, 1.7.11? No, kidding, that would like break all kinds of mods if they did a old update like that. But maybe some mod could. Make better signs, yeah? If we just add the recipe for that. Okay, each one of these low pressure boiler things makes 200 liters of steam per second, and there are 8 of them. 200 L steam per second is 1 block. The 8 blocks would be, 1600. But we have 2 of these. $3,200. Both boiler. Both. 2 boilers. Okay, so 3,200. Oh, but it's already finished. Alright, so I didn't have to do the math. But now, so if we see numbers that are higher on a recipe that's like running much longer, like if we had filled this up with silver and electrotine, we might have drained our entire backlog before the steam was able to replenish. Okay, that's blue alloy handled. Nether starlings were the problem next. We asked it to craft 100 nether stars, and I don't see the first one. Ah, right. Yes. I know why. Because these are out of power. Okay. Let's cut through. Our magnet's on by the looks of things. Yeah, magnet active. Okay, status. I'm gonna go down this way. See, it's so dark down here. This is why we have to, even during the day, with the shadow lighting a bit higher. Okay, yeah, this I can actually see. I want to replace both this gas turbine and this one. But the dragon eggs, unfortunately, like need a block of space above them. You can't put a dragon egg like on the side of a Grandmaster. Not at all. But why is there no benzene flowing in? Let's follow the trail here. So it comes from this way. Is the benzene line flowing in? And we're just gonna start chopping through the floor rather than flying over it. That comes from here. Yeah, this entire line is empty because all these buffers are filling up once again. And they're like continuing to burn it at the same time. All because this fluid auto out was turned off for so long, you know? This one too? Oh my gosh. Both of them? I think we need to make like another fluid extractor and distillery and just like leave it here. For like the manual extracting distillery things that somebody likes to do over here. Or maybe we're like saying no more benzene ever again. But so much of the base still runs on it. We don't have enough Grandmasters yet. First we replace everything around the base with new power, and then we can do that. Okay, I would like to punch a hole in the cleaner, like right here, and like run Grandmaster power through there, I think, rather than go underneath. Yeah, if we punch a hole there, I can put a diode in, like a 4 amp or an 8 amp or 16 or something. I would want to make some of these superconductors first though, so let's go to a fluid crafting recipe. I know we don't have a circuit number 9 assembler. Well, you can make EV superconductors out of molten spacetime, really? So advanced. We'll do it like this. And I doubt that we have this on a crafting recipe. Yeah, okay. So we also make a recipe for whatever this is. Which, oh, yeah, we can just wire mill. Okay. And this is only used for, I think, these superconductor EV wires, and takes 9 at a time? So if I make them 16 at a time, that's not the correct ratio. But that is kind of the only wire mill that we have. .5 seconds there, yeah, just 5 seconds here. We'll make them from the 16X. It's really hard to tell these textures apart right here. Not the purple one, but the like wire themselves. Muy varía. Alright, then this has to be made naturally like so. Out of patterns here. Oh no. Let's grab another 27. Can I have another 100? I mean, eventually, when the power gets fixed. Alright. I'm gonna be sad when I reach in there and there's 0 and I have to wait next time. I could easily forget that that was still crafting. In fact, yeah, we were doing this. I bet I'm gonna need to make these base EV ingots. There's only 6 in here, so yeah, we need a recipe for this, which probably comes from a hot ingot. And this comes from argon, nitrogen. Okay, it does works with helium. Okay. Oh, no. Without the fluid, we pass the fluids over to the EBF. And the dust. And the dust. Oh, you're platinum. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm making platinum by hand and it's about to get used up again. Again. This is also problematic because we don't have a mixer on number 2. We have a mixer on number 1. I'd like to point out is also quite busy. I have no idea when benzene's gonna flow into these things. Yeah, probably the sooner we make a diode, the better. Can I eke out a 4 amp or an 8? Oh, there is an 8 amp. That's kind of nice. I think just 4. I want a little bit of room for expansion, but like this perfectly covers 8 amps. So the cost here is, well, it's just the size of aluminum cable. Yeah, so we would want to go all the way with this then. Okay, let's control click, yeah, next. Yeah, okay. I understand that this is a problem. Where can I, let's go get a large influx of benzene from, I know how to solve this. I know how to solve this. Where do we have a super tank of benzene, chat, that's not being actively used? That wasn't auto-outputted, you know, the whole time. This should give a boost to over here. There we go, 300,000 in. And I think we have some larger fluid cells in the storage here. Perhaps not. I thought we did redeem some large fluid cells from a quest reward. Large stainless steel fluid cells. Yeah, from bring me... Oh, I chose large PTFE pipes instead. We also have a quest here for retrieving PTFE sheets. That could work too. We're getting some larger cells. Our quest Aqua Regia finished, but we were waiting also on this one to finish, and that's where we can queue 1,000. Oh no, we have enough kilobytes. But the nitric acid, oh, did we ever turn this back on after replacing the power with the dragon egg? No, we didn't. This could have been running the whole time. Darn it. How did we forget? Alright, let's just do 500 then. Nitric acid. Aqua Regia, I mean. Okay, yeah, sure. And then when we hear back from that nitric acid finishing up, which, I mean, we're not going to hear from. It's not like a crafting request that's matched. It'd be so nice if each one of these was something that I could just request, you know? And it just does the whole chain. But there's so many different circuits along the way. One machine with no input buffers on it. It's not going to cut it. Ding, 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 ding. Where's my bell? The bell. I'm doing the manual plat line again, Zayden. Oh, good. Nice sleep. Nice. I had a nice little breakfast. Finished up my dooner from yesterday. Oh, that talk about dooner made me want to finish off the dooner. All right. And yet, we're not out of power now, right? Right? Right. Good. Good. Stay working, okay? How's the benzene level over here now? We dumped off only enough to fill up buffers. Okay, it still needs quite a bit more. My real question is it keeping up right here? $16,000, filling back up the instant it's used. Yeah, it's keeping up. Imagine if you have fluid auto outs turned off all night, the benzene goes to 0, you know? You're gonna mess with AI? Yes, please do. These LLMs are fun to toy with. They're not intelligent. Okay, they're just pattern matchers. Like, they don't have any... They say thinking some on the model names for some of them, but really they're just like an LLM that spends time reviewing its own output to like answer the question multiple times in a row, and then they call this thinking in quotes. It's more like, let's just increase how much it's doing pattern matching before it spits back an answer to the human. They could call them... I guess thinking's the shortest word that you can do. Hey, how's live? Welcome in. We are Greg with so many patterns. Too many patterns that we don't... I don't know what to do with these. I want to make some superconductors here in a moment, but right now we're busy making 100 nether stars. Is that what I crafted? 87 more to go. I should probably cancel this. It's just too many. Nah, I'll wait. And then we'll do those. But Aqua Regia, can I have 500? Nitric acid, 23,000. 23,000 more. And it takes how many seconds for each one? 4. That's 80 seconds away. You just did ask us something, Last Life. So, yes, you can ask us something. I think this might be the highest streak right now on the channel. Unless anybody else has one higher to share. It's the highest I've seen so far today in chat. 7. It's at least 2. We should have that as like a sound clip. Anytime somebody shares a streak, hey, you watched at least 2 times. Congratulations. The favorite number. I do love the numbers. Let's see, we're going to put in this 16x thing here. The 1x result is a recipe that can go up here. Yeah. Is anything else crafted by hand up here? Okay, well, no, we do have another EBF thing, though. And a freezer. Okay, so you can go there. You can freeze here. And then I don't have a mixer number 2, so that's also going to be frustrating. And it wanted platinum dust, which we're in the middle of batching. $500, please. Go. All right, that is enough for our stack platinum. Yeah, now we just need to find the platinum metallic powder and export aqua regia into the chemical. Yeah, this is the way. Do I appreciate the prime precision? I don't get it if I do from my reactions. I appreciate that you do spend like that little bit of like free money that Prime gives away. Yeah, this takes away from Jeff Bezos. So maybe they won't be able to rent Venice again. But it also does mean that you pay for Prime, which I don't personally. I never will again. Until Amazon becomes like some kind of like public benefit company that isn't owned by Bezos. I am never giving them another of my dollars ever. This is how I feel about that. I don't think a billionaire like Bezos should have been able to rent out a huge portion of Venice just because they have a bunch of money. Yeah. They stuck up like a giant tax the rich sign when that happened that you could see from the sky. Which we'll see if governments manage to ever get on top of that. We have 1,052. I wanted 1,152. There's 100 more already crafting. I just need to be patient, huh? Did it run out of power? What happened with this mixer recipe? We have the nitric acid cells, we have a hydrochloric acid cell, we have a circuit number 1, and we have no other machine. Oh, yeah, it's power. So benzene needs another infusion. All right, let's go grab an infusion for benzene. But since like Prime subscriptions are handing out those free bits of money, yeah, there's a little bit of appreciation. I think at the moment though, I do have a job, so I'm good on money. Once my job does start, like 8 days. 8 days before I become not a free man anymore. Oh, that was only shut in case my yapping was too much trouble. Man. Good sleep in for long. Okay, I'll check it later then, Zyda. Yeah, this whole like anti-rich stuff is hard to do. So like in practice, trying to order some certain things that you might need in your life. You don't know where's a store close by that you can find them. Amazon was the store for a long time for me, but now I'm like having to find replacements for obscure things. And it's much harder. Sometimes you have to wait longer than 2 days or 1 day or 2 hours. But you know, that's okay, in my opinion. It's my little small humble opinion. And in some cases, I mean, it's the only store where you can get it, so maybe you have to make a small order there every now and then. I think every little boycott bit that you can do against a billionaire, I think this helps tremendously. It's just so hard to do. I've said this every time I bring this topic up, that like it's impossible to like not buy from. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, so you're in the same boat. Yeah. Yeah, it's an opportunity to take like a little bit of the free money away. Yeah. Send it off to Twitch. Make them spend it, basically. Yeah. I see it the same way. So like if it's there, yeah, you might as well like squeeze everything out of it that you can. Constantly like buy things, return things for the full price. Make them waste their infrastructure. But then some of these things affect the actual workers, so yeah, you also don't want to waste people's time. It's a hard thing to balance in a way, like being petty towards the billionaires. I think what it's going to come down to, folks, is that at some point, the entire world is just going to have to acknowledge that we're not going to even feed the billionaires. Like, you want food? Go in the kitchen, cook your food.
If they want to be cannibals, they can be cannibals.
Like, you want your house clean? Clean it yourself. You know, like. But unfortunately, they can just throw money at people, and people are like, "Oh yeah, I'll do this for money." And that's, you know, like that's kind of how the world runs. But they just have so much money, they're not spending it all. So there's so many more jobs people could have for that little bit of money, but I don't know. Anyways, okay, that's enough anti-rich rant. I now have 2x aluminium cable. I needed that for something to craft earlier. And we're once again making plastic circuit boards. All right. The next step of Platinum Rhine, once we have the Aqua Regia, which is, hey, it's finished. We need to export this to an input hatch. Probably the easiest way is just for me to dump. How many stacks are in here? I don't even know. Can I just dump that all into a tank? Do we even have storage for it in here? Let's find out. A woman screaming and Napolitan nonstop. I wouldn't know how to speak that language. Not at all. That looks like a very comfortable emoji, by the way, Kazuni. Wrapped up in a blanket. Nice. These are all from your own channel or something too, aren't they? Mani Wiggle. I don't know where you're getting these from. They're cute. I like how there's a theme with all of them. What is the fastest way to dump a bunch of cells? Is it a super tank? Yeah, let's do a super tank. Yeah, let's pull out one of these. Put it near... Do I have an input hatch here? I do. We just rotate it. And then face this towards it. And then I can turn on fluid auto output and just dump some cells in. I don't think there's a faster way to do this. Did you just ha 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 what I had written? I didn't know where those phrases were going. One moment, chat. I'm gonna talk to my wife here. Alright, I'm back, chat. Sorry about that. But there's a real world and a real life out here to do too. Believe it or not. Alright, that is the Aqua Regia dumped in there. Now we can return all these empty cells back into the network. And we now request platinum metallic powder in circuit number 9, which I should have on the ground here. And combine here. And then marvel at there not being enough fluid space again. Alright. Because it's making platinum concentrate, yeah? Which we're going to turn right around and input back in. So if we could do that here. Why do I have ethylene here? Alright, let's pull out that ethylene. Real life is just a simulation. This is possible as an explanation of everything that's going on. Just somebody's just messing around on their really super advanced quantumist computer. I don't know. And we're just some qubits floating around. Who knows? So Aqua Regia's in there. Platinum concentrate's in there. It did craft, yeah. Okay, yeah, it already filled up. So now the recipe that wants to work with the platinum concentrate on circuit number 3. Ah, this is why I switched this to circuit number 1 the other day. So I could just leave it in there and walk away. Yes. That's exactly why we did that, huh? Because I think both of these can be made on circuit number 1. Let's just look for in parentheses equals space 1 closed parenthesis. Sorry, close quotation. And there are 5 pages here. And one of them is going to not have ores. It's just have the metallic powder, Aqua Regia, 1. Yeah, okay. Could we put maybe on the input bus circuit number... Ah! This one we can do circuit number 9 here. Okay, and then in the interior we can do 3. Let's try it. This could take a while for it to figure out that it has the ingredients. So you have platinum metallic powder. You don't have ammonium chloride. How much did each recipe require? 3,600? This should craft now. I hope. It might take a while. Let's see, you have platinum concentrate, you have ammonium chloride, you have circuit number 3. You have HV. It's an EV thing. Italy. Okay, yeah, the one who's screaming. Neapolitan. The top of their lungs. Are they saying what's going on? You know, like that song. I scream at the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, okay. Gotta stop before I get a copyright thing. Man, can we not do this music industry? If somebody's just like briefly singing, you know, your song themselves, and they're clearly not a musician, they clearly don't have talent, why do we have to copyright strike people like this? Huh? Uh-huh. Anyways. Why is it doing nothing? You have ammonium chloride. You have platinum concentrate. You have circuit number 3. Is it just because of this circuit number 9 here prevents you from doing it? Is it because I don't have enough fluid output space over here? Alright, I'm putting back circuit number 9 and then we'll investigate which fluids are missing here from the output. Palladium enriched ammonia, nitrogen dioxide, hydrochloric acid. It's gonna be one of those 3. Isn't it? Okay, so I removed the filter thing. What are you going to craft now? Oh, well, there's actually no room for it in there with the filter thing removed. What do we have in here? Oh, palladium enriched ammonia is not on the list. I thought it was. I also don't have nitrogen dioxide because I don't see that color, and hydrochloric acid should already be accounted for. Yeah, I got a job. Yeah. It's going to be starting in 8 days. It was supposed to start on the 2nd, but there were some delays with the work permit office. Okay, now it's crafting. Yeah, let's go. I hope there are storage. Yes, the palladium seems to be going elsewhere, and so does the, okay, good. Now the diluted hydrochloric acid, that's just something we're gonna have to send to a distillery at some point. But right now we only have those 2. And I don't think I want to interrupt them at all. Oh, I'm a software engineer. And so I'm gonna be doing some, site reliability engineering on the back end. As in, I keep systems reliable, keep them running on whatever site they're located on. Could be in the cloud, could be on campus, could be, you know. Basically, I will be making the machines get deployed, and then, how do I describe this more simply? Developers write a bunch of code, but some team at the company usually has to be the team that says, okay, how do I make this code work in production, and how do I monitor it and maintain it and keep it like alive and running? I'm one of those people. That's what I tend to do a lot. But I switch back and forth. So like sometimes I'm that person that keeps the things running, and sometimes I'm the person that's like, okay, I gotta design the thing in the first place. And because I work both roles, I have an understanding of what both those kinds of groups want at any given moment, and I'm sort of usually like a bridge. So I end up being a pipeline guy a lot of times. I'm the guy that like helps take this stuff and put it into here. The pipeline. But the pipelines sometimes go both ways. Sometimes I have to stick stuff out of here and say, okay, yeah, you gotta fix this over on this other side. An informatic engineer. I've never heard Scandinavian dance metal before. I don't know how to comment here. Yeah, we're making platinum concentrate. We're making salt dust. Let's go. That's like 2 steps of the plat line right there. Knocked out. If I just leave those on for a long time, yeah. I do wonder, nitric acid. Is there a circuit number that overlaps? Okay. Now here's a number 9. But it's not on an item input bus. It's on a... It would have to be on the controller. Right now we have number 3 in there. Yeah, so I don't think I can make it also make nitric acid with how things are currently. The more steps that we can overlap, the better. Oh, I appreciate some interactivity on the stream. Thanks. Do what the system wants. Yep. Well, this is what I do most days too. What broke today? Okay, well I guess this is what I'm fixing today. Let's pray nothing else breaks at the same time. And those days are fun. But from what I hear from my new team, that we have some quite stable systems already. Which is gonna be good, considering I'll be in the finance industry where I'm gonna be working, so. You want the numbers to be counted correctly all the time. This is kind of important. Let's see, can I make the superconductor base EV wire now? No, because the dust recipe is sitting in our inventory because it requires a different circuit number temporarily. These are not busy at the moment, so let's launch circuit number... Oh no, it wants platinum. Hold on. We're making platinum. I'm getting ahead of myself. Reprecipitated. Here it is. These go into the chem reactor with calcium. I don't have enough calcium. All right. What can I do to fix that issue? We electrolyze. Okay. There are 2 different things that I want to electrolyze at the moment. This is one. There's another. Where do I have an empty slot in here? Do I want to break at Carpenter? Maybe I could break this. We could slap in an EV electrolyzer temporarily with a dual interface, maybe, on it. The rotary heart furnace? Is this a twist base thing? No, this must be from one of the other mods that you're playing. I don't know what this is. Gregicality. Ah, yeah, you're playing 5 other Greg mods. Mod packs. There's a lot of mod packs for Minecraft. I've played mostly just this one. And ones that I bundled myself many years ago, which never got shared or published because it used to be very hard to publish. You had to go walk around and the internet and ask each individual author, can I use your mod in my mod pack, please? 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 And you'd never hear back, you know? They would only talk with like big publishing things, and even then sometimes they wouldn't hear back from the Technic launcher or the Feed the Beast team. And then Curse Forge came about. Like blanketing permissions with all the mods. It's kind of nice. Usage. Now, some of these mod authors are smart and published like a license and an agreement that like, yes, you can just go ahead and use my mod in your mod pack. I love that it's being played. Thank you so much. Just attribute to us, please, if you can. You know, include us in the list that You're using our mod. That is all. Thank you. Goodbye. How nice is that, you know? And we add this item, and we add calcium dust. I gotta go. Which electrolyzer do I have? None. There are no electrolyzers. Okay. I think I want an EV one. And where can I shove in? Maybe we do an HV one. Yeah, let's do an HV one. What we'll do is we'll put it right here where the centrifuge is. Which, does the centrifuge have anything else? No, it doesn't. Okay, we can pull that out. And replace this battery someplace else. Okay, centrifuge, you're going into the storage for now. I'm gonna craft the recipe up here for the electrolyzer, which would be here. Right. Oh God, what did I miss here? 20 years ago, full of drug dealers. A kidney to eat. Jeez. That is so fattening. Yeah. People do like fattening foods. This is everywhere I go. I just had some fattening food this morning. I finished off my doner kebab from last night. Mmm, tasty. Blood magic goes above 10 tiers of altars now? What? Like, it's already a pain in the butt to get this many tiers of altar. This isn't even its final form. I think it goes a little bit higher yet. I'm not sure. It's on tier 5. I feel like there's maybe one more that comes out. Maybe the beacons get bigger or something. I don't know. If this is its final form, well, huzzah. We're gonna beat the boss then. One electrolyzer, please. Yes, go. Do the thing. Awesome. So if we put this, say, here, and we wrench its output downwards, we'll do item auto output. We'll do a screwdriver on it. That way it allows input from the output side and whatnot. And we'll also do a fluid auto output. And then on this dual interface, there are two things that I want to do. I want to do blue vitriol solution. Yeah, this one. And we want to put a pump here. But also a conveyor. I mean, at the moment, calcium chloride comes first. So let's do the calcium chloride. And we're going to get a conveyor on there to automatically bring those items in. Allow output through it. That's the button that we have to check for this weird curse thing that we're doing. Did I just put calcium in there? No, calcium chloride. We're good. Ah, I see. It's auto-extracting the calcium. We need a filtered conveyor. Hold on, we can fix that. We don't want to import the wrong thing in. Let's grab the crowbar. You're going to be filtered for calcium chloride. That's kind of annoying, but it's sort of what we have to do. Because we're shoving the output back out the same way we're putting it in. And darn, there's no way to enable, like, allow fluids to also pass through that filter. The items are passing through fine, though. Are they not? Why not the fluids? Okay, it's just slow. So if I could put a pump here too, I would, but we could do a transvector bind to it or something. Okay, gotta go. You're gonna alert. Thanks, House Life. Some packs there's a tier 6, but that's only because you do more tier. Okay. Interesting. So some devs decided, yeah, I wanted more in the pack, and that's what happened. Okay, it's not the solution cells that I wanted, but rather I wanted the water to come in. We'll electrolyze that next, so we'll just have to put a pump here instead. This is cursed, right? But I mean, it's working. We're getting calcium out. And that should be dealing with the platinum salt dust. It already has. All the reciprocated platinum salt dust has already been dealt with. Let's reassemble the tools. The tools, the tools, the tools, the tools. More cables. Always more cables. They are annoying to craft. Alright, so there should be platinum dust. Yeah? 78 platinum dust. Huzzah! Alright. Half of this I would like to smelt directly into platinum ingots, and the other half we'll use for like mixing recipes at some point or another. Ooh, there's some copper. I used almost all this up earlier for making copper foils, which we're still going to want more of. Let's go ahead and just casually craft up another 2,000 of those. Are we out of the benzene again? It's really not keeping up with demand, is it? Okay, I can do this better. Let's grab a super tank of benzene. Alright, let's grab a super tank that's empty. And see, found one. And we'll fill up this entire super tank of benzene. Boom. 4 million benzene. And we'll give this a huge influx. There. You happy? Are you happy now? Is that enough benzene to run the base for like an hour, maybe? Until we get these dragon eggs deployed. That I would like to make more of. I need at least another 2. Ah, yes, yes, yes. That would be the problem. That's why we were making another stars that we're making. Let's see, this is divisible by 9. That is not. However, this number is. To the compressor. We have a job for you. How long does that take? 12 seconds. Okay. Not very long to compress stars together, is it? and then there's 8, and yeah, that's it. Okay, it's gonna stop there. Now for the dragon eggs. We don't have all the various magical juices. Let me make sure that we have some more of this essence of false light. Okay, we don't. Is the poppies? We only have 3. How do I craft more of these? Okay, we can get them from iron golem drops. Whatever this is from witchery. The tree growth simulator can duplicate it. I'm wondering if we could plant it somewhere and the hoe of regrowth. Ah! We found Dynamuta. There's one that we named. Yeah, here's a block of dirt. This works. Nope, that does not work. Okay. Well then. How to increase the number of poppies when you already have a poppy? Oh, the rose bushes. Hold on, the rose bushes would work. Yeah, these we can grow with the hoe of regrowth. For sure. And then with the conjuration catalyst from mana, we should be able to make a few stacks of poppies. Oh yeah. And can I turn that sound down just ever so slightly? Item bone meal use, Minecraft 121? Or is it the Minecraft wand, Thumbcraft wand sound? Yeah, it's this sound. How about a more comfortable volume here? That's a little better. It's only a little better. It could be better. Okay. Yeah, this I can tolerate. Two stacks should be enough for me. And why not? We'll just leave those there. That's fine. Not the end of the world to do that. Okay, I put in the poppies and those. I put away Diamuter, then on the conjuration catalyst here, we chuck in the whole stack. Did some of them disappear? No, I think we're just picking them up too soon. I think we need to throw them out 16 at a time is our problem. Yeah, a few less at a time seems to work a little better. Okay, let me split like this and then... Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. 2 stacks poppies. So we can do a whole stack now of the Essence of False Life. Which, what did it require? Okay, we have on the list Herba. I don't think Herba is one of the ones that we've done yet. Yeah, it's only at 1,000, so I think that means it's in here. Maybe today is the day we finally finish off this row of things. So yeah, herba we definitely need. We have enough at the moment though. Metallum definitely could use that too. Okay, Terra's already on the list. Recantatia's on the list. We need Victus, we need Bestia. Alienus on the list, okay. I think. So we're missing these 4 as of yet. So they would all be, in theory, they would all be in here. Okay, yeah, there's Bestia. We have Victus, yep, also on that list, and Metallum. Ah, coincidentally, they're like all kind of grouped here on this this next row. Like we need those ones for the Dragon Eggs, so yeah, okay. Let's get another alveary deployed then. So to do that, we need seed oil and like circuit number 2 assembly. And I had a problematic impregnated stick somewhere. Okay, no, we haven't even made the recipe yet. Impregnated. Impreg. Yeah, here it is. Found it. And we're looking for spruce as the method of choice. Yeah, U plus U. No, we wanted spruce. It's very specific. All right. And then we can put that here temporarily and switch this to a 2. And give me some sticks. Yeah. Like, wait, where's our impregnated stick? I just put it in there. And now you're not showing me? Oh no, here it is. Okay, so all the way on the right there. I noticed we were at like 1 stick. And we need how many sticks to make each one? 3. But then 24. Okay, for like a single alveary, this is the math I want. These are used like so, and then we want, what, 27 of these for each alveary. And if we group this together and we right click, it'll do the math. So we want 648 for each. 647 is enough to get another. Okay. And we can do this on a smaller crafter. I want to do much more than that though. Let's see if we can repeat 648 a few times. How many times can we repeat it? Not enough logs. Okay, let's get logs. How many logs do we have over here? This is not enough. Let's bring an upgrade up here. That way we can increase the number of logs that it's stashing there over time. Craft one of these, please. Boom. Don't think this will be enough either for how many I wanted to request there. Okay, back to the sticks. The number is 648, so 6480. Yeah, still missing 4,719 spruce logs. So many. Our magnet is enabled. We're just gonna have to like walk away from this. There's as many logs as I can carry at the moment. We didn't leave very much behind. Okay, one more time, please. 6480. Yeah, still missing logs. There's some over here too. Okay, so we could also upgrade this one. I'm again stealing all the logs I can take. And is this logs down here that I see too? No, those are factory blocks. We're good there, okay. 6, 4, 8, 0. Yes. Yes, we can. Good. So that is enough for 11 more alvearies. 11. These ones go to 11. Haha. We got there. Our essence of false life will yet be crafted. Okay, because essentially these we do have. They're ready for work. They just need a home. What we're missing is Apimancer drainers. Like here's this. Here's that. We can do 2 of these things. Let's do 2. Today. We just need to craft up the alvearies once those are finished. We swap back to circuit number 1 on the assembler. We make a bunch more sensitive panelings. I do need a conveyor here between this and an interface. This is going to be completely silly, but I'm going to run item conduits across the ceiling here and then pointing into there. Or into here. Is there anything closer that I could do? I don't think so. There's no other full block interfaces on this side. Are there any of these that don't have recipes? You have no recipes. You could be a full block. Okay. Hold on. That can save us a channel over here on this extruder that has no patterns. This is gonna wreck my inventory, isn't it? Let's organize these things like so. Okay, and then I want to break this. And then I want to place this full block. I don't know what's going on back here. That looks like a making creosote oil there. There's a brewery. We're gonna pull that up. And yeah, full block interface here. And we'll see what you're typing here too. Multi-blocks other than GTNH? Interesting. We also have quite a few multi-blocks in this mod pack too, from different mods. And fusing your soul with the power of stars. Imagine that. Brew some beer. That could be good. I like cider personally, but yeah, beer too. Okay, so now for this one, you receive your bolts again. Should make you happy, and then I have a route from here to there. Item conduits. This is absolutely cursed. It works, okay? It works. Basically, there's no auto output on this kind of machine, so I have to send items out of it and then back into AE from any interface, any import bus. Good morning, Gotham. Rucola. It only has to work. It doesn't need to be perfect. We're batching up 11 this time. If we have enough jelly and crystal cluster, pollen, whatever, beeswax, fine gold, I don't know. We'll see. This is still crafting. I thought we told it was okay if it allowed insert same recipe, and it's decided to just insert one at a time really quickly. Maybe we could turn off blocking mode to make it happen a little faster. Yeah, I don't know. We could have just stacked that recipe a little higher. Like multiplied it by 2 or something. This is, yeah, still going for a while yet. Okay, let's follow that one. So when it's done, I come back and I set this back to circuit number 1. I should be able to go ahead and request my alveary though. Let's do alveary number 1. Okay, royal jelly pollen cluster. With this inventory? Nah, not happening. We gotta make some space here first. These are all problematic. We'll deal with them in a moment. Okay, now we should come up here and try to deal with pollen clusters. Okay, we really should put a drawer above these, set to pollen cluster, and a drawer set to royal jelly, and just void excesses and with a trash can above. Okay, well, here's a drawer. Here's a trash can. Here's a frog light cover, and I'm gonna need another drawer. We're fixing these workers. Fixing them, I say. Item conduits as well? Yeah. Let's grab item conduits too. Probably 8. Yeah. Getting into Thaumcraft takes a few days, I agree. It's a bit long-winded. I'm gonna pull this out, and I'm gonna pull these out. Those can come over here. I don't know when we're gonna process those combs, if ever. Might be better if we had a couple more drawers too above these. Normal. Does this need any kind of spec? No. You need any kind of spec? Also no. Okay. So where those are now is where I would like to add conduits and drawers. Ah, we can put it down here, the drawers. Locked to pollen. This way I don't even need the frog lamps on top. And jelly here. We'll give these higher priority inserts than the trash cans that I'm going to put up top here. Nah, really I want 2 more drawers. Let's also keep those combs. I don't know, we might need them. You never know. Really no sense in voiding them. Can I, yeah, wrench that and wrench this too? Oh my goodness, the inventory. Okay, royal jelly can be put away. Here. There. Then we have all these bees. Too many bees. Okay. 1 trash can. 1 frog lamp cover. Let's go. Ah. Make that 2 trash cans. I want them individual from each other. So, no need for the frog lamps then. Okay, I'm noticing that these are auto-connecting here. That's ever so automatically annoying. Disconnect, 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 disconnect. And, all right. These are supposed to be insert, highest priority, self-feed enabled, always active, and now I want my conduit probe. Where's my conduit probe? The one that we shared with XA, right? Okay, here's one. I didn't get around to making a second one yet. Okay, and then we right click here. That should be exactly the same. Good. Here we insert slightly higher priority than the ones up here. And then this should get like slightly, yeah, here and here, and then up here we're just gonna adjust priorities to be negative. Shift right click. That should be good. The princesses should go back in. Number 1. Number 2. Drones should go back in. Excess ones get voided. We do need these locked to a certain kind of comb. One of them's stringy, the other one's the dripping. Which is which? You are Imperial, so you make the dripping. And then we need locks on these drawers. Finally. How many hours are we in? Let's check. I just finally, after all 310 hours later, we have finally automated royal jelly and pollen to make more alvearies. Only took us 12 days, Jeff. Nearly 13. Like, I've had them, and I haven't spent the 10 minutes or whatever we just spent to properly wire them up. Yeah, I guess you can see where all my time has gone. To other things around the base. Oof, so painful. Okay. And now I would like to steal all of that jelly and pollen and put it into AE. Yep. Each automation we make, though, will save us time in the long run of things. It really is worth it to do it, like, right the first time. It's just the problem with the first time is you might end up redesigning it later to make it faster to scale. And you're also, like, out of polyethylene or something. And you're like, you know what? This is a rabbit hole I didn't want to go down. You go down that rabbit hole and you're out of something else. And then before you know it, you're cutting diamonds out of diamond blocks from the mob farm. Just to make some kind of circuit to pattern capacity or something. And where does the time go? What was I doing 10 hours ago? Who knows? Alright. Did the follow just trigger? We finished the impregnated sticks in 10 minutes. Okay, that can go back to circuit number 1, and we'll remove that recipe. Let's make alvearies. I want at least 2. I hope we have all the things necessary for this. It's making scented panelings now, yeah. These only take 5 seconds each inside the carpenter. And it looks like the auto item import is working. I see this is spun to life too. We're making the impregnated casings. We're making the alveary blocks themselves, which each take 30 seconds. Gosh. Can I move that to another? Let me check. Let me see if this needs a circuit. No circuit required. Okay, come over here, please. Bitte. Make yourself in 15 seconds. Nice. Okay, so what's 54 times 15, chat? A number? 810? We're going to be waiting at least 13 minutes on these. So in like 6 minutes, we can come back and get the first one. Is it a carpenter? What did I call it? I called it something else, didn't I? Who knows what word I said now? Okay, U plus U. We have the bees ready. What we don't have is Apimancer drainers. Okay, let me look. There's gonna be something else missing here too, isn't there? I need at least 9. Ugh. Alright. Fine. I mean, it's always gotta be something, you know? Always something. 2, 3, 4. Let's just fix all these issues individually here. Okay. Starting with black steel, because that's going to take time to smelt. Those other ones are not near as painful. We make that with circuit number 11. Okay. EVF. Number 11. You have room. Nice. All right. Can I have some... Actually, let's use the arcane terminal. That way we get a different search here. Oh, it doesn't work with the copy-paste function, dragging the items over. Can I have 100? Yep, so those are craftable now. I don't see a recipe for black steel dust, so... I was trying to click the craft button and it's not working. So up here, black steel. Dust. Dust, dust, dust. Where's the dust? One more word to search. It's a number 1 mixer. I like number 1 mixers because we have a number 1 mixer. That should be completely dealt with then. Let's craft a bit more. Maybe another 100. Merge that in. Oh, well, the dust is already available again. I want to push it a little farther. We're trying to mix at the same time. Yep, that's working. Good. Just thinking it would be quicker in the carpenter. Oh, you think that the alveoli blocks themselves? The 15-second ones? I don't think we can make these in the carpenter. But the scented panelings are certainly faster. They take 60 seconds here, and then they take 5 seconds here. This is 60 seconds MV, so we could do it at EV in 15. It starts to become different after IV, and after like multi-block assembler machines that get like an extra boost or whatever. Then it starts to become complicated with the parallels to calculate it. Somewhere IV, LUV, you switch over. But by then, maybe you've already also crafted the alveolis that you want for a little while. Has it been 6 minutes yet? No. We only have 13. Well, so I guess it does take, actually, oh, hold on. It takes longer to make the scented panelings than it does to make the alveoli block now. We've exceeded the time slot there because 5 seconds for each one panel, and there's 8 panels per block. That's 40 seconds. 8 times 5, 40? Yeah, okay. And if it only takes 15 seconds for an alveoli block, that's not the slowest thing in the chain. We should have had 40 here. So it's actually 18 minutes we have to wait for the first one to pop out. 18. Okay, thaumium is something that we batched a big amount of up here. I take this now and I put it into the system. Yoink. Okay. Glass files? Can I just craft these? Here's a stack. Done. Okay, now for each of these I can have a recipe. We can finally have some rods of thaumium. We can finally get a screw, maybe. And I feel like these should be multiplied by 8. I think that just makes sense. Alright, gears. Yes, you too. Okay. I go find all these various little machines. Like we have... I've moved the small gear one over to here now. It's in there. The rods are over here on HV, and the lathe is still LV. MV, rather. MV. Okay, please. AP Mancer Drainer. 9. There's still a recipe missing. It's the bolts. No surprise there. I just wanted to try to craft to see if it would work. It didn't. Right. No, inside of here, but it needs a pattern capacity. The 120 pack gets forestry back with bees and stuff. Ooh, okay. They've moved forward then with the things going on. How many of these can I make? I'm missing 4. I think I need to compress some more diamonds or sift some more diamonds or something. This is not good numbers. Maybe we could take some of these chipped ones and use explosions and upgrade. Oops, not the diamond chest. Do these laser engrave? Okay, laser engravers upgrade. Explosion compressors also upgrade. The question though is I want to cut lenses. Oh, these make 3 lenses. Nice. Okay, yeah, so let's go into exquisite diamond territory with our TNT stockpile. What do we have here? Only 56 ITNT? Oh, that's not gonna last. I need to bring the drawer full of like TNT that we have from over there. Yeah, that's not gonna last long at all. This also thing, which also put its own input bus there. How much do I have here? 76,000? I'll just carry it in my inventory, yeah? But not on the hotbar. Never on the hotbar. So if we did a drawer with another input bus, I could put that up above here. We needed the capacity card somewhere. It was here. And then I can add thaumium bolt. Okay. This one can go back in. Drawer. Conveyor. Input bus. Not necessarily in that order. Input bus could come first because we might have to request it. And then we can get the conveyor out. Yeah, sure, 1 second. 1 second, maybe we'll keep up with the speed this thing might consume at. And we'll put some of these out of our inventory. That gives us a slot to work with here. I'm just going to let you out of the way. We're going to put an input bus right up there. 1 day. That oak drawer is empty. Yes, it is. Now it is not. Input bus. Honey needs 1 UEV amp to work? In this pack that you're playing? That's so much. They don't like bees, apparently. They want you to wait to the end game for bees. Okay, and we put this on, we import, and then we also do a lock on that drawer. Eventually that could be a stocking input bus connected to applied energistics, but let's keep it like this for now. We could move that main attach, yeah. All right, there we go. And away we go. We're heading towards exquisite diamonds here. How much is it doing at once? 24 of them, quite a bit. It's pretty fast. Oh, I still had some more chip diamonds to use, I see. Diamonds go in, diamonds come out. Oh, I'm noticing that it's only making the solid diamonds, huh? Maybe only these flawless ones are worth putting in for our time. We wanted exquisites. These lathe. Yeah, they make 3 at a time. What did we need lenses for again? Diamond lenses, why? No, it's diamond plates that we needed. Alright, these only come from blocks. How can I get a block? We can compress industrial ones or normal ones. Okay, well, how do I get the normal ones? Do I forge hammer? Do we smelt? We could just smelt the diamond ore. Right, that's a way. Yeah, like raw diamond ore, we can just shove it in. Or even the purified diamond ore, I think. Maybe there was another recipe somewhere. Well, at least now we should have a bunch of diamonds. Alright, I make blocks. Let's see. Subtract 1 from each of those stacks. We'll just put everything else back in and go to the compressor. I'm looking forward to having a mega apiary one day. I've yet to build one. And on my runs so far with this pack, yet to build one. This is supposed to get cut into nether stars. And I don't know that we have the recipe yet for the... And it's not even the right kind of plate. These ones, let's just shove them in through the lubricant cutting machine here. We're still making alvearies. Do I have the one? Okay, we do have enough for one. More is yet to come. Trainer. 10 minus 1. It can craft. It can craft. Okay, we're just waiting on some kilobytes. A little bit. Okay, so I could do like a partial recipe. We could do, like, make 36 pumps first, for example. 40, sure, make 40. 40 pumps. What does that require? So it's gonna have to smelt quite a bit of black steel. Black steel's already smelting up here. Let's cancel that. Or it will take ages to get down to the other one. Soon those alveoles will be finished and they'll get off that CPU. We can have back that big CPU again. Yeah, if you're at the point where you're making the industrial mega apiary thing, it's quite a good point to reach in the pack. Get this far. What even goes into the controller of this? Okay, it's UV, arms, wetware, no, UV circuits, UHV power. I don't even know what goes into these either. I think you can get these in LUV time frame. One of these is like difficult, I would think, to make. Maybe not. These actually don't look that bad. Okay, integrated CPU. Yeah, that's not that bad. I thought some portion of these were expensive, but maybe I'm thinking of like the heating and cooling units. Heater? Like this one requires a climate control module. Oh yeah, here's LEV component with the osmium. Also, you need a iridium cone and uranium code to make this. So you'd already be pretty deep in the bees for these things. But this industrial climatizer and drone domestication station does not seem to need much more outside of just the normal tech tree. Just a lot of recipes that you would have to add to your system to recursively be able to craft this. The GT tools got moved into Tinker's tools. Oh, like the wrenches and the screwdriver? That's, wow, the dev went really far then. The dev for that pack. Alveoli finished. Nice, okay. These ones, I'll let it finish up what it's doing here. That's fine. It's already crafted through like 20 pumps or so. It should release though, right? Yeah. Why are we not getting the pumps out yet? It says crafting 21. Okay, let's figure out where pumps are made. And why are they not working? Okay, that is the wrong thing to search. Not there, but here. We search pump, advanced assembly machine, highlight. You're in the world over here. Why are you not pumping pumps out? But perhaps you are pumping pumps out. It's so fast that we're not noticing. Yeah, there's 24 in here. Never mind. Okay. I don't know why when we looked a moment ago, there was 0, but they're there now. Okay. I'm gonna cancel that craft though. Because what we really want are these, not pumps. Okay. These can fit now on a lower CPU. Let's go. Now for these, did I already price out like what we needed? Let me go make sure. We're making 9. I need to go recursively analyze each one of these. Because we keep changing out which ones are underneath these over here. I hope I at least left Tempest out of here. Yeah, okay, Meto. Meto's not in here either, and Precantatio. Okay, so those 3 are good. I've looked up these 3 very recently. They're also good. I promise, I promise, I promise, I promise. And we have also this one. Okay, yeah. These are all good. We should be able to craft just fine. Numbers are changing, but they're being automatically imported back in faster than it can be configured. Okay, that's 9 AP Major Drainers on the way. We also need 9 Essentia import buses, some cabling. The question is, can I make 18? No. Answer no. Okay, so rubber sheets, this and that. Okay, rubber should be pretty easily solvable. We have this machine here that if I put in molten rubber as the requirement up top here, and we just yoink out that polyvinyl chloride. Yeet. Rubber sheets are crafted. That's gonna run through our entire supply of molten rubber pretty quickly, so let's turn it off in a moment. We still use those to coat cables and whatnot, so. I am looking forward to like potential new packs someday on the Minecraft modding scene when the AIs get started being applied into this hobby space, you know? People are eventually going to use the AI helper programs to create more mods for the game. Maybe they already are. Okay, now we can turn that off there. Or did it already consume it all? Okay, no, just a bit. We're good. Okay, that is an amount of rubber sheets. Done. Sturgis quartz bolts. How am I cutting these? From rods. That's actually kind of painful. That's actually kind of painful. All right, that's how we gotta do it. Up to the pattern terminal. And then to the cutting machine. And we have Quicksilver to deal with as well. Sifting cinnabar takes ages. Ages, I remember. We do have the multi-block sifter now, but let me go see if I have any purified cinnabar up here. Okay, I have 58. So we could get some. Do these make like 10 stacks or 2 stacks? 2 stacks. They make. All right, sifter. Sifter, sifter, sifter. You have an input bus, we put you in. Output bus takes you out. Yeah. Shut down due to incomplete structure. Okay. Sure, it's fine now. You sadly run off of HV power. It's 4 MV amps, so. At the time, I didn't have a dragon egg to attach it to it. Maybe now we should. Okay, that's making Quicksilver for us decently quickly. Definitely faster than the single block. Okay. 8 master drainers. Says it's through 9 of them. Oh. Still crafting. Okay, it's made 1 so far. Black still seems to be the holdup. And the slow speed at which these infusions go by with. We don't have a world accelerator upgrade over there yet on the infusion matrix. So when it's absorbing items, the number of items it has to like slowly absorb are how long these recipes do take. So, there's that. But we have our drains coming out. Very nice. The next batch, we are missing some phased pollen. Ah, yet another thing I did not automate yet over here, I think. Let me see if I have one of those bees working. Okay, no, we do. We could do these ones properly as well with a trash can and some item conduits and whatnot. Let's request some item conduits. Can I have 100? No, because, yeah, okay. Well, but we can have 20, I think. Good. Good. The question on pulsating iron. Why we do not have a recipe is just because I haven't added one. BBF qualifier, put in pulse. Ah, nope. Put it in, not click there and then immediately click again. Twitchy finger. Pulsating iron dust. We have these from bee combs. Where did I deploy the pulsating iron? B. It'll be green. It'll be obvious, I hope. Was it over here in this corner? Was it here? There? Did I not make this bee and deploy it? I made the bee. Yeah, I think I remember that much, but where did I put it into action? Oh, great. I mean, I would T-search over here, but I have to do 4 of them, so it's usually faster to look around, but now let's do the T-searching. Okay, it's not finding it there. It's not here. It's not here. Okay, so it's not up here. Oh, it's down here. That's why. There is a multi-block centrifuge here that XA has put in. And it's much faster than doing any of the single block nonsense. Look at it go. Chugging through 4 combs each time. Should be done relatively quickly, and it's automatically putting them back into the storage network. Pulsating iron dust goes up. So that does mean that we can, like, say, request like 20 of these, for example. Okay, yeah, we're just waiting on infusions now. So like this is 22, 20, 28 more infusions we're waiting on here. That takes a little while. The import buses though. That's why we need Quicksilver and some of those other things on the list. Essentia import bus 9. Okay, now I can craft. Good. I'm glad it had enough things to smelt with because I'd already added pulsating iron to the queue there. These do not require any infusions. Just a bit of wand magic power. Which, you know, I'm reminded I should probably once again come up here, grab 2 of each. This is how I've been keeping the crystals in stock. XA! XA, welcome in. Raiders, welcome in. I'm making more of those magic alvearies finally. You reached LV during your hardcore run today, nice. So the real question is, though, we were all wondering, is there a magic pack? Is there? This is the thing you've said every time you've popped in. Still no magic pack. You need me for a moment? What? Oh, one moment, chat. My wife. I'll be right back. All right, chat. Sorry about that. I'm back. Took 24 hours after you went underground to get the pack. Oh, good. You did get it then. Nice. XA's farther than everybody in the game when he starts off. I mean, do we see the number of hours that XA plays in comparison? I haven't even caught up, and the man has time to start another hardcore run, and I still can't catch up. I don't think we can match this machine. Shunk, shunk. Okay, yeah, that's got a bit of a backlog there. We'll come back to that one in a bit. Are my import buses ready? Yes. Are my drainers ready? There's 6. Why are we not done yet? How slow are these infusions? So slow is the answer. Slow. So I'm actually curious, how long did this take? We'll follow it to see. It'll give us a timestamp. We don't live in the same matrix. Yeah. It's just built different. But now XA can fly too. I made the same harness over here. I like how every time he asked, oh, how does Shiny fly like that? And you all would tell him he's just built differently. Now we both fly. Does this mean we're built slightly the same now? Why are these so slow? So slow. I know. Well, what we need to do is do a world accelerator on the matrix, and then that will be faster, but at the moment, as of yet, we can set up applied energistics cabling. We're probably going to need anchors. We'll probably need quartz fiber upgrade. We'll probably need some conduit cable covers. Cable facades, yeah, more of these. Why can't I shift click that into place? I'm looking at the pattern crafting terminal. These are called technical blocks. Yeah, okay, they are available on auto crafting. Start. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. And we can buy more cables. Going to flap around someday. Insane Matrix, yeah. I would like to. I mean, Neo could fly in the Matrix. I want that same ability. Just Superman style, put one arm up in the air and just, whee, away we go. Arm just there for style points, really. We know Neo can just fly without his arm. It's fine. You know what I didn't start crafting in the background? This HSSG needs to become wire. I don't know how many of these wires. We need 336, so that's... divide that number by 8. I divide that number by 2. But then multiply by 16, no. Yeah. No, that's correct. And then 2,688, but divide that by 16. So yeah, 168 is what we need. I feel like I did the math wrong there. I got lost with numbers. Yeah, it's crafting way too many ingots, so that's too large of a number. Hold on. Let's just change up the recipe here. All we have to do is bookmark this instead. Take that out. Change this to a circuit number 16 one. And take that out like so. Okay. Okay, 336 HSSG. We have 376. Did I make too much? Yeah, I made a little bit extra in case we needed some. We only need 42 of those. Start. We will need one of these assembly machines. This requires glue, silicone rubber, polythene sulfide. Yeah, okay, so I have some of this bookmarked. The platinum, we should be getting some dust soon from over here. Cooked up. Yeah, okay. We have nickel, we have tin. We have a little bit of wrought iron. I'll put over what I can. Eventually, all the outputs need to all go to AE. Everything into the system. The system tells us what to do. The system is the Matrix. Imagine if all our applied energistics were connected, chat. We would all just request Stargate and be done. Right? Could all ascend. So I am picturing that we do another group of alvearies right here on this side. Let's go ahead and just cut holes in the floor. They're lined up. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and cut all the way through. We have flight, so this is fine, I think. Provided we don't lose our flight backpack ever, you know? Which is enchanted with soul tethered, so each time we respawn even, it's fine, we still have it. Okay. So the way this works is we lay out a grid of cables that do become interconnected. We're going to need some more dense cabling as well, I think. And we're being a little bit ambitious here. I'm putting down the space for a third one, even though I only have enough to craft the one group of Apomancer drainers at the moment, which we forgot to bring. Oh, what gives? You know, one of these days, I'll remember to bring everything with us. Okay, so two things. Dense cables. That's an amount. It's not enough. Does this involve silicone rubber? It involves molten energetic alloy and circuits? On a number one assembler, HV dual. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Did I not already? No, we haven't already. Okay. I would like to add this recipe because I think we need more of these. Number one, dense covered cable fluix or smart cable fluix. Which is easier for us to craft, I wonder. They both make 4. This is also just going to eat through circuits, so yeah, maybe we don't do that. We do this one. Maybe. Because no circuits, yeah. Okay, so there's less circuits to do this recipe for sure. And I will do the yellow circuits for now. That needs to go into a number one assembler that has a dual interface. That needs another pattern capacity. Can I have 2 more of these as well? No. It was diamonds that we were cutting earlier to increase that number. I did go to compress more diamonds. Here they are, got them. Are there any more at the mob farm? No, no more there at the moment. I need more abyssal mobs to spawn, and then we can increase the number of diamond blocks that we're getting as a drop. So that whole thing maybe should become an extreme entity crusher at some point. Maybe a couple, maybe several of them, once we can afford the power requirements. Which is soon with the dragon eggs. Soon. Can I merge that in? How are we looking here now? I pull out these so I can bring them down and run them through the diamond lens. Actually, do they combine with ruby lens on here? GregTech lenses, laser engraver. This is the only recipe they do, so I don't even need to put the ruby lens away. I can leave them both in there. Look at that. I feel like we should go ahead and cut more of these. Let's cut more. And the other thing we needed was Apomancer drainers. We have our dense cable, we have Apomancer drainer, we need fluids. No, Essentia storage bus. Essentia storage. We don't have that. Ah. Oh no, okay, I know for a fact these knowledge cores are full. Okay, one trick that we can do is remove something that we're not crafting anytime soon. Like this. And then we can replace it with that instead. I need another knowledge core at some point today. Another arcane assembler too. And I don't know if this machine can even bother crafting this Thaumium Boss Silverwood Scepter. I might need to make those by hand. We'll find out. Silky Jewel we also don't need. No, is that also on? Yeah, maybe not anytime soon. Definitely not that tool though that's sitting hanging out right here. Okay. Essentially storage bus. Yeah. 2. 2. Go. Onto that, we want an interface, I think. 2. We're doing some subnets. You tested the best way for Silky Touch, Silky Claw, Silky. Uh-huh. Aren't these used in something later on? Just the Intercore Silk Touch upgrade. I feel like these were used for something else. Maybe not. Yeah. So that could be another one that we can erase. We need to keep Enchanted Fabric, though. That one's important. Can't believe I didn't have that one on there already, honestly. Yeah, I wasn't on the other one. Alright, what are you meowing about, cat? Can I help you? I heard you talk, huh? Me? What is it, girl? Do you just want some head scratches? Do you want a snack of some sort? Are you not getting enough sun? I can raise these window blinds for you a little bit, kitty. Yeah, they want snacks. They practically just tripped my wife on the way in there. She was gonna give them some snacks. Oh, okay. Here are 2 interfaces. Here are storage buses. Looking for the Essentia ones. Why are they not finished crafting yet? Because quartz bolts, that's why, and the cutting machine also backed up on the glass panes. So we're waiting. Just a little bit. One less trip that I have to fly back here to grab these things. So my plan when we get up there is to go underneath the existing ones. We'll add on an Essentia storage bus to do a subnet to this new group of 3. We should also set these storage buses to only extract like a single. Only extract. Like you can't insert back into them. One way direction. Because that's how these beehives work. That we're deploying. Okay, seriously, how long is the cutting machine gonna take? Because I put a bunch of extra diamond blocks in there. Let's just pull them out. 48 seconds per, and this is an EV cutting machine. Oh. How long does it take on LV to cut these things? I think they just do this as a skill check in the pack to make sure you can run power for long enough. 384 seconds in LV? Ouch. Ouch. That's if you're using lubricant. If you're using water, just because you were desperate and you didn't want to make the lubricant, it's even worse. It doubles it. Okay, eventually we get this cutting block multi that has 300% speed bonus. And then diamond plates finally aren't so bad. Like, they're still slow compared to other things, but... Alright, where's my storage buses? It just says scheduled 2. So you have everything stored. Is it because I removed the knowledge core and put it back in, like mid-craft? It's still there, but it changed slots. Okay, let's just go ahead and cancel the craft. I think we confused it. Start again. That should craft up pretty fast. Okay, yeah, it did. It got confused. Okay, note to self, don't remove a knowledge core, or like at least change the slot that something was being crafted with. Mid-craft. Okay, I start with some cable anchors here, because I think that's going to be the easiest. Thing we put down. Here goes some dense cables. Okay. And then here we're going to have a line come across to there, where we can attach a Essentia storage bus. Alright, let's do it with a normal cable. And it's, yeah, an Essentia storage bus. Facing where it's... Oh, these don't have an import-export only. Never mind. Facing an interface. So what we're making here is a subnetwork, which is going to require some power. And here's how we pilfer a little bit of power. We run a circle. Oh, okay. Step down. We'll do a little bit of flight. Quartz fiber is our trick here. Not like that. No, that would still have issues. Maybe like this. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. We're trying not to create a loop, so the only connection back to that other network is just power only. No data coming through quartz fiber. That should be sufficient to get this online. We only can do 8. Right, on each one. So this is also going to need a controller. Okay. I did not make a controller yet. Did I leave an extra controller in here? No. No, I did not. So now we can take these chests over with us too. We're going to put them here, here, and here. Let's go ahead and overload this network. Doesn't have enough channels to run 10 devices. Yeah, this is 9, but there's also a 10th one there with the interface that you have to count. Gotta remember counting the subnet creation devices. Controller. Can I have one? No, we can't. Why? Okay, you require pure fluix to make AIDS blocks? Interesting. 26, 22, 22. Counting out how many I needed to put it back to have the correct number divisible by 8. Is it already finished? No, how long does it take? 12 seconds, okay. 12 seconds as usual, with a slow delayed start. That gives me enough time to run these remaining combs over here that we've been holding on to. And maybe extract another output out while I'm over here. I have room for some copper, maybe room for the wrought iron. Yeah, still 1 stack left over for the blocks I wanted. Nice. optimizing the number of trips we take over there. Okay, ME controller. 1, please. How long? Oh. Have to wait on the circuits for that guy. Okay, I want to finish up wiring then. The complex wiring that we're doing at the moment is, well, we do 3 drainers at a time, and then we can program them with the filters. All right, let's see. We'll take this row, put it onto our hotbar, and let's program. 1, 2, and 3. Next 3. 1, 2, and 3. And next. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, those are programmed. Time to build an alveary. I have a builder's wand. Let's use it. All right, and we can use our builder's wand here to cover up our mess. And here we will still need access to program those, so I leave it as it is for now. Yeah, this is fine. Cable facade time. Sure, why not? Maybe some more of these cable anchors. We're waiting on a controller to craft, so. And these are also in the way. I need to move those. Let me see. This. I need a few more cable anchors going down the row here. Uh-huh. Yeah, this looks okay. Good. All right, now we just cover up. Do we have enough? And there's still room yet for a controller there. Okay. This is the 27 blocks for it. And we have here the 9. Here also 9. And we're still going to need to build 1 more. Because that's not enough to only have 6 of those. Like here are the next 2, but we need a total of 4 more. Yeah, 9 mentioned. Some people might think that that's a Project Singularity reference. Some people might think I'm telling them no. It depends on, where you're from. 10 types of people in this world. We've come full circle. That's how we started today, chat. Anybody catches the first minute or two of the stream? That's where that came from. The first minute or 10. That's how I should reference that. Okay, controller. It's not ready? Well, why not? Oh, that would be why. Did we never change this back to circuit number 3? That's my fault. My bad. This whole time, I thought we were wiring it up. We'd come back to a finished controller. Boy, was I wrong. We get ejected all the time by things. There's never enough of something. Something's always amiss. It seems. Okay. I even forgot to put the bees into the hives. They need trash cans to keep them really flowing. And Ender IO item conduits. One for each. And if we pull out the probe. I said the probe. There we go. Let's go back in the builder's backpack. And let's continue yet. One controller, please. Good. Okay. Where to put this controller? That is a great question. I think I'll put it here. Sure. Why not? You know? Actually, it needs to go next to the dense cabling, doesn't it? There is a method to this madness. There we go. And does seem to have power. Okay, the trash cans we can hide on the outside edge. Because there's not really anywhere underneath to pipe them. But you know, instead of having them floating, what if I put them down near the ground? Yeah. I don't know, we already did put them floating over here. It's like little antennas or something hanging off, I think. So if I shift right click here, and this is where I like to have 2 conduit probes. I've done enough of these that I would just scroll to the other one and then right click again. This is what I did in Honeycomb Labs on the other world. Very often you have to set 2 ends on a conduit, so. But now here we also have, yeah, you can have this. And you can have this. Let's make the bees work. That was it. Done. That's another 9 infinitely draining into what they're producing. So we should see like Beastia be going on the up and up, for example. Let's take a look over here. We'll just spot check. Beastia's at 143 now. And it should be a little higher in some moments. I didn't make a bidirectional Essentia storage. I only put the subnetwork one way. Hold on. Now I have to do this again. Let's go grab an Essentia storage bus and an interface. The ones that I put. I'm just noticing that I put a cable cover on here. Oops. Let's not do that. I don't think there was a cable facade there earlier. Yeah, let's keep it like this. Oops. Okay, the controller, no, the Essentia. Can I shout out your YouTube channel? No. No, I can't. First, you're going to need to go to CatB, Smart Questions on Google, and then come back. Yep. Only after you've read that and you have some intelligence, then we can talk. Skateboard. Okay. Some people might think that that's rude, but you know, coming in and randomly asking other people to advertise for you when they have no clue who you are, you didn't provide enough details. Yeah, we'll give them the rude go read. Okay. That was deserving enough of a follow from somebody, huh? Welcome to the bell ringing club. I'll go ring the bell. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. That hacker article really did change my life on online forums back in the day, though. It was worth the read. I've read all that article. Believe it or not. It's been a while since I last read it, but I did read it at one point in my life. There's also like the Have You Tried Anything article. It's a good one, too. Or the XY problem. These are all classics. Classics, I say. Essentia storage. Man, I got distracted, didn't I? Okay. It's easy when you get a pet peeve triggered to become distracted. Can I have like 10 of these in the background? Thank you. We're reaching the point where we're doing more than at least 2 somewhat often. Okay, I want back into the wiring here. Because what we're going to do is a bi-directional subnet without any cabling. What is wrong with me? Cable. I put everything away, didn't I? And then we have these cable facades. We're gonna need those too again. Okay. Now we can finish the wiring. The Essentia needs somewhere to go with the import bus, so right now they should just be filling up. Yeah, they're all full and they're not emptying because we did a one-directional Essentia storage. But on this opposite side, we can add an interface here. And then a storage bus here. And that's how we get them going both ways. Cool. And yet, more of these. Now, Beastia should be higher. What was the number I said ages ago? I forgot what that number was. I think it was 143. It might have been 137. It was somewhere in like the 100 range though. Now it's 201, so yeah, it's definitely flowing in. That means that we can do Grandmaster Energy Absorbers no problem in the future. All those are covered, and we also covered a few extra things. I don't know, what else did we add that was in the list here? Fabrico's in there. Fames is in here, NVIDIA, Vitium, I don't know, whatever those things craft, we can now do without having to melt more back into the system. And I see here Beastia, Tudeman. Oh, Tudeman would be a good one to get. So let's make sure Messis, Tudeman, and the wrap. What's the wrap called? I think it's Panis. Panis. Okay, Beastia, Panis. No, not Beastia. We already did Beastia. Tudeman, Panis, Messis. Maybe they're already underneath something. Okay, they're not over here. So Tudeman's also already solved. Panis. Okay, Panis we can raise up. There was a third. How can I not remember 3 things? Messes. Yeah, okay, Messes is also in play. So, We'll get Panis for whatever reason. What does this even craft? Cobwebs, plaques, rock salt clusters, leather. Okay. On the crucible, that was what that was made, but on here, an infused soul aspect. We can basically ignore ethereal familiars. Thaumaturge revolver, okay. We're not likely to craft void armor anytime soon. Talisman of nourishment. Interesting, there's another way, like a healing axe sort of thing, but maybe from magic? I'm surprised the healing axe is not part of this recipe. They threw all these meals in here, but not the healing axe? I don't know. I guess they want you actually crafting those foods to make it and not just doing the easy way with crafting the healing axe. The Tome of Knowledge sharing also comes from this. And the bottomless pouch after we get a core. We still can't get that until we get a primordial pearl. Which I'm hoping maybe we just wait a little bit longer and an update will roll out that like fixes how player killing works, and we can maybe then again use a dynamism tablet. Like that thing with the numbers spinning around, that's a dynamism on the mob farm. Yeah. At the moment, we have to go down there and manually kill ourselves to get what is called a rare treasure bag. That when we open it, there's like 1 in several thousand% chance that we get a pearl. This pearl. That one, primordial. The very fabric of magic seems to buckle each time it pulses. There's sadly no other way to craft this, because this powerless pearl requires having the pearl researched, and this pearl crafting recipe also requires having the pearl researched because a corium requires it to unlock a corium. Such is life. Such is life. And we can't just go kill these boss mobs because they're in another dimension. As much as I would love to get in fight with a tentacle from the Eldritch Horror area, it's against the rules that XA9 made up at the start. Can't leave here. We're stuck. Okay, I'm happy with that progress that we just did right there. That was good. Good progress. I would request another 9 of these Essentia Envelope clusters for sure. Maybe 18? Can I afford 18? No. Because something to do with the screwdriver in the file is misprogrammed on like one of the recipes I probably encoded. Or it's actually going to break the last file or screwdriver we have. Interesting. Is that really reduced down to making... I need to make tools again? What? Alright. Do I have mana still? Do we need to teach it how to make some tools? Yeah, it doesn't even know how to make mana steel plates yet. Alright. Let's research that. Okay, shift click here. And shift click here. We'll give it a recipe to remember in the vending machine. Okay, not EBF, but these, and the file will go into here. Ah, we're about to release more files than the US government with that craft just added. And vending machine. I really just can't resist taking a jab every time. Every time. We need more pattern capacity too. I didn't craft those earlier, did I? Let's craft one now. I knew we would need some more. I knew it. So this is to make a file. We also need a screwdriver. I don't think a screwdriver requires the same. Yeah, I think instead it's made from mana steel rod. So let's go into this page and then search screwdriver. We found it. Get away from the single-use hammer. Make sure it's like this. Then I think we should be able to drop in. Oh, actually, maybe. Oh yeah, we do have the orange Ordic substitutions enabled. Good, 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 good. Okay, any day now, pattern capacity. Any day. Waiting on all these circuits to craft. All the time circuits. Circuits, circuits, circuits. This life of having single block circuit assemblers in the clean room. They take a while. Okay, have another one of those extra. So next time when we look in to find one, it's already there. That would be great. Vending machine, circuit number 1 is here. Pattern capacity, done. In the future, when we can actually afford pattern capacity cards by like dozens at a time, I fill up interfaces with 3 of them every time when I know I'm going to be spamming recipes. But as of yet, they are too expensive. So sad. Now, we were trying to craft Essentia import bus. Yeah, it's not going to craft a file with a screwdriver. It's not going to know that it needs to, huh? But if we like request, hey, make a file, or hey, make a screwdriver. Okay, it tells us that mana steel rods need to go screw ourselves, I guess. Adding an extruder recipe right here. Steel. I don't even have mana steel on autocraft. I'm gonna run up there to the mana area each time and drop in, I don't know, steel ingots to make more of that. Screwdriver, please. Okay, now, Essentia import bus. It still can't do it. It's still missing the file. The screwdriver is not seeing that it can, work with it. Even though we added new ones in there. I don't know what to say about that. Okay. Clearly, we just need to get away from whatever those recipes are. Switch over to the single-use tools that are crafted, but they require specific molds. It's kind of annoying. But once you get like, we're already in the HSSG period, which is pretty good. This also, the molten steel also works, makes a whole stack. Yeah, like they've adjusted these numbers. These used to make like more than a stack worth, which kind of threw off the single block fluid solidifier thing. Ah, there is a multi-block fluid shaper now. Okay. So this could give room to put all those little molds down, individual interfaces, dual interfaces you put in the fluids. A certain kind of mold hatches there, maybe. And all the output buses would be connected back with an ME output bus or something like that. How many can I put down on this? It requires Specifically, how many hatches? Has to be a minimum of 91 solidifier casings. Okay. The input hatch can be replacing any casing. Any casing, huh? Oh, this can have a width of 9 to 33. Okay. But at minimum, it needs 91 solidifier casing. So this might be the smallest that you can make it. What happens if we tier up? I see. It starts looking like this. Hey, Rumpy, welcome in. I don't think I want to make this yet. In fact, what tier is it even? IV circuit? Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is not where I want to first sink resources into. I think we want the alloy blast smelter first. We did just add the platinum earlier. I dropped it in. I forgot to request the craft when we did that. Yay! Okay, yes, start. Do it before I use up the platinum again on something else like pattern capacity cards. And I have to make more platinum by hand. This block is the key to us making these dual input buffers from Twist Space. Because sadly, we need an alloy that's only craftable inside of here. We need this. Da, 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 da. While we're waiting on that, though, I could do some Invar. I don't think we have a lot. And we have 284. What I want is heat-proof machine casings. Yeah, and they are not on auto crafting yet, and there's only 34 in here. I think I need a few more of these to build the machine I want to make, which is a quad EVF. We would need 25 of them on the top there, minus 4 muffler hatches, so only 21. And on the bottom layer, let's see, it's also 21 to start off with because the controllers are subtracted. But then you also need energy hatches, so that brings it down to 17. You need maintenance hatches, that brings it down to 13. So 21 plus 13 is already 34, and I think I'm going to take off more for input and output bus. So yeah, actually that's perfect. We have enough. The coil that I want to produce here on circuit number 3 with mica foils requires an IV assembler. This we don't have yet. Okay. I'm missing some graphene. We still need to add a recipe for this whole. This is maybe polyethylene. Let's come over here. Oh, polytetrafluoroethylene, my bad. Okay, fancy machine hull right here. Fancy. But we have room for it yet. No. Let's go and add a pattern capacity card there before we forget. That's why I can't have more pattern capacity cards. We're waiting to take a stack of these diamonds and insert them into here. We tried to request 2 earlier and it couldn't happen because those were out specifically. Must take 20 seconds each time. Okay, we were only missing 1, so in like 8 seconds here. We wait, we wait, we wait. We wait a little bit more, and it should be safe now to request 1. Okay. That was the IV machine hull. The other things I still had bookmarked. Yeah, graphene, polyphenylene sulfide, okay. Graphene is something that I'd have to add in super glue for. I have this line over here. It comes from like acetic acid, vinyl acetate, this line right here. No, I doubt we have any of this. Yeah, no, we don't have the vinyl anything. Do I have acetic? There's 14,000 acetic in here, so I could squeeze a bit of polyvinyl out. If we do circuit number 4, ethylene, oxygen, that'll make vinyl acetate. Do I still have an output? I do. We could do this. Lock this to vinyl acetate. That'll output it right back in to be used again. Let's make sure oxygen's pumping. So we take off ammonium chloride. Oxygen is used on all of these. And this is also how we'll insert the acetic. Let's go grab some cells. Time to empty what we have. I don't know what I did with those large cells. They're in here. Nitrogen, no. Hydrogen, no. Ammonium chloride, no. Yes, to the other ones. Clear the search, because the only way to insert fluids back in is to hold above any kind of other fluid for some reason. You can't just drop it somewhere here on empty space. It has to be above a fluid to trick the game into thinking that you're allowed to put fluids back into that device. And we want circuit number 4. I don't have that laying on the ground here. It is going to have to go into, can I put it here? Probably not. Input separations all cannot change for this machine. I don't think it's detecting that it can do it. Okay, let's pull these items back out as well. And the number 3. Go grab a number 4. This is not a crafting terminal. That is a fluid pattern terminal. Usages screwdriver 4. Boom. We also need a number 8. Here in a moment, so let's do both together. Okay, here, have your number 4. Are you happy now? Are you gonna make it? We gave you an output hatch. Yeah, for vinyl acetate. We gave you acetic acid and oxygen. We did not give you ethylene. Okay. And there's indeed no ethylene over here. Aha. Well then, over here, if I grab some of these cells out, I have ethylene myself. We can make more by just importing some empty cells into this storage drawer. Okay. It's only going to make 14. Let's put in 14. And I'll put these back where I found. This is how we get polyethylene. A little bit anyways. There was like a fluid import bus here, but I replaced it with a storage bus that's negative priority. So it comes out of here first. But allows it to stop buffering sooner than 4 million on the like super tank that we have. Did that craft? It did. So we should have, yeah, we have vinyl acetate. So for vinyl acetate, we want to number 9. Number 9. Not sure why I made a number 8. I need a 9. Okay, let's also just make it 9, because 8's on the list on my bookmarks. So we do a few more of these LV circuits again as programmed ones. And we look for 9. Where did my circuit go? It just yeeted it. Is it like this? Okay. Well, we managed to fix it anyways. Nine goes into the controller, replaces 4. Not enough fluid output space. That is a problem I can solve. We just pull this drive out and we go filter it to say yet another thing that we want. Polyvinyl acetate. And then we're gonna have to make a super tank or something for this to accommodate itself. Seems to be working, and it seems to be not extracting. Okay, yeah, so it's missing a super tank. Well, we don't have any polyvinyl chloride at the moment, so perhaps we replace this one. We just change this to say polyvinyl acetate instead, and then we allow the input, and then we go ahead and lock the fluid. And now we have that on demand. And how do I make advanced glue? We mix polyvinyl acetate with either acetone or methyl acetate. Do I have acetone? No. No. Okay, let's check in here too. This is another place fluids can be sometimes. We also search vinyl. There's a little bit of molten polyvinyl chloride, not much. Okay, what was the other option? It was methyl acetate. Well, ACET finds nothing here and found nothing over here. Yeah. Ace. Okay, yeah, we have to make one of acetone or methyl acetate. Let's take a look at acetone too. Is acetone easier, I wonder? Benzene, phosphoric acid, propene. Okay, could come from this. But we just used up all our acetic acid. That one's a bit circular. Yeah, it's like each chemical, we need to dedicate a line for it. And I just... I'm trying to do the things that make more Grandmasters so I can just plop down EV power wherever. Permanently. And then we can power all these little lines and really advance quite far into IV off of just that. That is my plan. I'm gonna need food to accomplish said plan. It's break time. Alright, chat. I found food. I renewed my water supply. Jug. Hydrated. Stretched a little. Walked around. We're back from being AFK. Look at that. And we are 30 levels rich. I'm just noticing. That's a random number that we could make disappear from the screen by just inserting them. Okay. One less number to have to stare at. Sometimes there's just too many numbers on the screen. No, too many. Okay. My last search was circuit. Well, I'm not sure why that would be. We were making glue. So it was... I was programming... yeah. We had polyvinyl acetate. Okay, yeah. We need acetone. That was the conclusion. Ethylene plus oxygen can make acetic acid. That's what I had up here. Interesting. Is it finally flatline time? I mean, we need that. Like, we really do. Need several of these things. I'm hoping that we could finally sync enough resources to make this dual input buffer. So I did craft the alloy blast smelter. Let's see if we have the blast smelter casings as well. They are not available on Crafty, but we do have the controller. Is that a quest? Mallard rust smelly. No, we have it. Okay, 10 of these? They're made with circuit number 1 assembly. Okay, that's good news. And I doubt we have zirconium things on demand. Okay, well we have the plates, but not the carbide frame. Just craft it like so, and then we'll need the rods crafted. And if you're hearing any background noise, that was my wife talking to the cats. It's cats around doing acrobatics around me. Do you need something, buddy? Ron? Are you feeling snacky too? I guess it is 1:38. You did? Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago, right? Yeah, okay, I'll give y'all some more snack. Come on, buddy. Have some cat. I think it was Sunday, after all. You're fast. Alright, so catnip has been served. Catnip served. Except these cats and distractions in life. Maybe we can make a plat line, I don't know. Chat? There's so many other simulations running simultaneously. Okay, so we put in these rods here, and then these number 4 goes over here? Yeah. Okay, yeah, there's still room in there, and we also need this in a circuit number 1 assembler. Oh wow, this is almost full. Now it is full. Okay. But that should enable blast smelter casing, which I'm seeing that we need 10 of. Okay, craft 10. Blast smelter heat containment coil. What does that require? Another simpler number 1 recipe. Oh, don't you just love these? I'm gonna guess titanium gearbox casings are not on demand yet. Okay, I don't see them. Let's also request this too while we're in here. Number 3. So we have a number 3 assembler, we have a number 4 assembler. No, sorry, a number 1. That was the number 3. That was supposed to be number 1, but I can't. It's full. Like, we have this filled to the brim with things that we do crap. Maybe I can pull out illuminated panels for now? That's unlikely. Aurora blocks are maybe also unlikely. I don't know. We'll put a couple of these problem guys over here. Either it needs more room or we don't have the circuit for it yet. These are like, man, I wish I could add these back in. That's what those are in that chest. Okay. Let's try blast smelter 16 on the casings here. 5, 6. Stabloid titanium. Okay. So I'm gonna guess Stabloid is also missing rods. Yeah, it is. Alright, let's make this. And that. And rods. And I think I know where all of these go. We have here for the circuit number 4. We have up here for the rods. Okay, one more time. Can I have this blast smelter that I've wanted for I don't know how many hours? It was like episodes ago, several streams ago. Start with follow. Yeah, that's finally crafting up. Alright, if we can unexpand this crafting group here. Okay. I think it's only... yeah, those things. We could also, like, collapse this, remove that. Yeah, that looks good. We can remove these. I still have several bees that I want too. Those can come later. Let's collapse them. So many things getting shoved further up the list. I think we'll get to Iridium last. Multi-block mixer, maybe? This has been sitting here so long that I don't know we're gonna get to the nether stars like that. Let's just take it off. We can't do everything in the pack. There's not time for everything. Okay, we have 10 of those. We're gonna need an energy hatch for it. Of some variety. We have an EV one, sure. Question is, what tier does molten indolite alloy? Double EV energy hatch required, chat. Because we have to overclock to IV. Double EV. These take 2048. Actually, it might even require more than that. Well, no, these can each accept up to 2 amps, so we can multiply it 4,000. And maybe we can't overclock it? Oh, shoot. I think you might be right. It might be one of those random machines that can't do it. Recipe tier is limited to hatch tier. Okay. So we really do need the IV assembly machine then to do any progression, basically. And this is being held back by graphene, which is being held back by the glue. I was making acetone. Spicy, alright. So acetic acid coming from oxygen and ethylene is probably the easiest way I see forward. We already have oxygen in here, yeah, and if I put the circuit number 8, which I just did, and then we go grab ethylene and the cell variety. 35 coming in, 14 going back down, yeah, sure. Let's craft. I'm gonna shove these back in too. A tiny pile of ethylene we have there. A tiny pile. So this could make acetic acid, which we could maybe store here temporarily. Because it's just going to be turned around and immediately reused to craft methyl acetate, probably. Or polyvinyl. There's two ways to make advanced glue, essentially. Okay? We can do acetone, or we can do methyl acetate. They both make the same amounts. But if I want the acetone to stretch just a little bit further, I would want to turn it into methyl acetate, I think. Let me think. No, that doesn't increase the number any. So let's just combine it with calcium in the chemical reactor. Yeah, this is the way. So let's drag this into there, into that group. So with calcium dust and circuit number 3, here's how we find calcium. It finds it for us. And then I need room for acetone to come out. We could switch the lock over here. I think that should work for us. Maybe. We have circuit number 3. What am I missing here? Acetone also makes carbon dioxide and makes water. Okay, so carbon dioxide might not be filtered over here. We're slowly getting each and every single one of the outputs that come from our fluid storage bus system onto that one individual drive. Just because of how the cursed this single chemical reactor is and being used all the time. And then, yeah, now there goes the acetone. Okay, good. Good. And folks, YouTube chat's been quiet today. I haven't seen any messages there. Let me make sure it's actually connected to the stream and I'm looking at the right one. Testing. If I see on the stream, testing pop up. Okay, yeah, good. That's the right chat for today. It's been a few hours, so I thought I would check it. Just make sure. Yeah, 4 hours, no messages there, so. It's just quiet. That is all. It's okay to be quiet on the quiet day. This is what Sonntag is known for. It's the Ruhetag in Germany. Have some more of my snack here. Waiting on acetone. How much more can it make? It's got... Oh, it used up all that. Okay, that's done. So 16 acetone cells now to the mixer. Well, that's not an evenly divisible number for this recipe. So we're gonna have a few left over. Oh well. Got 32. We can turn them into ethylene cells, whatever's left over, maybe. And I want to mix this with polyvinyl acetate. that over here? Is it over there? Did we send it back? What's in here? Is it in here? Okay. We can grab it out of here. Let's grab, yeah. Nope, shift click, shift click. Okay, to the mixer. Which is a dual, not a dual interface, but it's not gonna output fluid, so. And we actually need more of the acetone than we do of the polyvinyl acetate, I'm just now noticing. Any circuit was required? No circuit? No, I have the wrong thing bookmarked. They can't both be cells. One of them has to be a fluid. Okay. So we'll keep one of those. We'll keep 6 of these. And then that's our advanced glue. We did it. Okay, so I can make some graphene, essentially. After I find some more cells. And dump these. Can I also dump this super glue? No. Okay, so there's no storage yet for super glue. How many are on here? It's already 3. Let's fit one more. I think it'll be fine. We can put super glue on here too, just ever so temporarily. Thing in here, okay, and then now super glue we should be able to dump in, like so. Okay, so we have it in there as a recipe. The thing that wants super glue is this. I think we can come back to this tab and I can craft the thing. So graphene. I've been sitting on this recipe for a while. I forgot which circuit it required. Number 1. So for a moment, I have to switch this to 1. We can put this in. And then I can play around with graphene. Let's make, I don't know, a few. That uses up 2,500 glue. Sure. You do it. Make it so. Using up some phosphor wafers. Using up some glue. It takes 160 seconds. Jeez. Okay, now that should finally complete. We're trying to get this assembly machine. Okay. Now, we have 2 more fluid lines to go deal with. Glue was just one of them. There's only one. So glad y'all don't hear me noisily munching on chips. Okay. I needed a little snack. I put it away now. Okay. So for polyphenylene sulfide foil, let's start another chem line here. These are chem lines that we need to build on page 19, 20. We need both of those for sure. I could collapse them and put them onto a single bookmark because we have, you know, the ability to do that. We'll start it from here. I'll start collapsing things. That way we can fit more into the small space that we have on the screen. Because I take too long to get over to the chem lines. We all know this. Oxygen and dichlorobenzene. Okay, so dichlorobenzene. Maybe also add that output. That's secondary. This one should have also had salt be present. And then we do sodium sulfate. Oh, this is actually much shorter than I thought it would be. That's it? That's the line. Okay. 3 chem reactors. Okay, well that's actually kind of nice. And then we also needed silicone rubber. This should be a little bit longer, I imagine. Oh, no, hold on. This one's actually going to be really short for us too, because I crafted up some of this polydimethyloxane pulp already. Or I thought I did. Did I already turn this into silicone rubber? Yeah, we have 46,000 silicone rubber. Okay. So to make rubber sheets, I turn around to this machine, plop in silicone rubber for a brief moment, and pull out with an empty cell the stuff that's in here. Okay, silicone rubber sheets are crafting. These are also still crafting. I need to turn this back to circuit number 3 at some point. When will that be? I don't know. Okay. Just keep waiting, waiting on the glue to craft. We did request some extras, so at least we won't need it again for a little while, I hope. I hope. Oh, we can turn off that silicone rubber batch. We go in here, turn off the fluid export, and hopefully maybe I can like grab some of those cells out of there before it uses them all up. And just dump those back into the fluid storage. You never know. We could need something else. That silicone rubber, like maybe coating some cables or something at some point in the future. Might be required from like some of these fancy, yeah, like tungsten cables. We do need some old silicone rubber. So we do know. We don't not know. I said we never know. I do know. I also know this cat needs something desperately. What is it, kitty? Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Did you not get enough catnip, girl? You want attention? Come on up. Do you want playtime? I think your laser's in the living room. Go ask her. Do you want it inside? After all that catnip you just ate, you're crazy, girl. It is a nice day outside, though. Yeah. Okay, the cat wanted outside. We figured it out. Alright, so polyphenylene sulfide stuff is all that's left in our crafting chain here. So sodium plus sulfur, sodium sulfide. That's sodium hydroxide. Let's grab just sodium 2 stacks, 3 stacks. I don't know. How about 4? And then 2 stacks of sulfur. And a chem reactor. Right here. That should make fertilizer. Yeah, of course it does, because we have calcium in there. Great. Turn off calcium. There we go. Sodium sulfide dust. That's what I really wanted. Oops. Made fertilizer. Was this calcium phosphate or something like that? We had other like chemicals shoved in here too. Okay, now to make this one. Oxygen plus dichlorobenzene. Okay, so dichlorobenzene is the one that we're gonna want filtered over here, probably. Chlorine plus benzene. We want to put into here. We already have 64,000 chlorine, right? Yeah, okay, so if we just insert only benzene, if we even have it available. We don't have it available. Okay, I'll go get it myself. Can I have a stack that is equivalent to 32? Yep. Okay. Take the benzene. Place the benzene. There. Make dichlorobenzene on... Oh. You need a new circuit number. Number 2. Number 2 is not on the floor over here. I'm starting to want to make like a circuit programmer. They exist. It's the thing that can just like change the number for you. I'm looking for the icon. Here it is. Circuit programmer. But it requires a small lithium battery. Okay, never mind. That's less convenient then. From just doing yet another program circuit number. Eventually we'll have all 21 of them on the ground over there. 24, 25, however many there are. This time I wanted number 2. We'll just even leave that in there because I keep running over to do exactly what we just did. Okay. There's dichlorobenzene. We turn that immediately back around with the sodium sulfate. No circuit required. Sodium sulfide, I mean. And this should make molten polyphenylene sulfide. Not enough fluid output space. Of course there's not. Okay, so let's take that out. Let's move it over here. Or put the polyphenylene sulfide foil on the list. And put it back in. Okay, now are you going to craft? It's crafting. How long does it take? 6 seconds per craft, so it made 3,000, and the 3,000 doesn't seem to be going anywhere, so it doesn't have a home with where it can go. Oh, we can finally also empty this out. Those little leftover units. Just the annoying bits, you know? Oh, is oxygen gas removed? I forgot we removed. Add that back in. That way the dichlorobenzene comes out again. Or perhaps the chlorine. Ah, it's chlorine that we took out, yeah. That back in too. Use up all that benzene for us, please. Alright. That should make a few polyphenylene sulfide plates. We just need to get that to come over to here. So if we try temporarily a fluid storage bus there that is locked to the polyphenylene sulfide, this would work. But let's see, do we have an empty place where I can put it? This is getting increasingly harder to find something that's empty over here. Mm-hmm. Okay, acetic acid is empty. We could remove that one. Let's switch this to polyphenylene sulfide. And what I will do is remove the lock here. It should receive its new fluid, and then we lock again, and now we have polyphenylene sulfide. Okay, and then here, let's put back the dual interface. We're going to shove in polyphenylene sulfide, and we'll expect plates to come, and I hope we programmed plates to be the source. Okay, that was the wrong place. That was the correct place. There we go, there we go. Is that glue still crafting? Okay, now this should be circuit number 3 now. I think our glue was done. And it's about to do the next thing. We just happened to catch it at the right moment. Yep, that was the last bit of graphing that we had asked for. And it's now working through some of the backlog that we were randomly requesting. Ah, yes. Sulfide plates. Alright, so sulfide foil. Recipe. Now we don't have a recipe yet. Okay. I can add one. Okay. We're gonna make that from plates. On the bending machine, that's set to number 1, which is right here. Ah. Yeah, alright. Finally. The moment of truth. The moment of triumph. Do we get to craft? We do. We are crafting an IV assembly tier machine. Go! Let's enter IV. Like, for real this time. For real. Ah, alright. This time I had to do most of the work. While X stays off on the hardcore run. Okay, is there something that I need to hold in my hand that's an optional task? Okay, I'm just going to check that box. Pretend that we did that. Niobium titanium, it wants us to hold a stack of 64. I mean, maybe I could do that. We have 37, and I don't have the recipe for more. Is this going to be a mixer number 1, or is it going to be something dumb? Niobium tit. We'll find titanium, mixer number 1. Although we have to pattern capacity expand first. Let's go to the arcane terminal. That way we keep the search there. We do have a pattern capacity, okay. I'll take one, and then I'll request one more, please. We finally ran out. Redstone chipsets. Well, that took a while. Okay, well, we still have the redstone plates. Red lens. I think we have a red lens already loaded into the laser engraver. Let's make sure it doesn't conflict with diamond or anything weird. It doesn't. Okay. Our favorite things to put in so far is redstone plates and diamond plates. So maybe we want to put an interface there. But then I would have to leave those lenses in place there. I don't know. Let's leave it how it is for now. That's fine. Pattern capacity card. We wanted. Okay, one more pattern capacity card. Just one more piece of our soul. Gets crafted away there. Okay, the mixer though, we have room for that. And I forgot to make the pattern. We're just up there at the pattern terminal. Really, we should move this down below, but the channels down there are what are frustrating, so. That's not the recipe. Which one of these did I click over here? Shoot. Niobium titanium dust. That's the one. Okay. It was enough of a distraction that I forgot what I was crafting in the first place. Okay. EV mixer number 1. Here's niobium titanium, and now we can also add the hot niobium and the metal niobium versions. So we do have the vacuum freezer. We do have this. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. EBF freezer. We're looking up again. Here's for freezer. Here's for EBF. And a stack we need? So we have 37. Can I have 30? Yeah, just 30 more, sure. Well, something's going to have to finish. Something, somewhere. Please complete. Anything, anywhere. Maybe. What are these doing? Are they not? Assembler number 4. It has to be HV? Are you kidding me? Alright, so that's one of our problematic recipes that we wish we could do. We just don't have the right machine for it. We're gonna temporarily put this on a 4. And I can bump that down to a 3 in a moment. And we're waiting. We're waiting. Machines are doing their thing. And it's not a fast thing. It's a slow thing. The number of times I've had to reprogram and program a circuit, we need a much larger spam of these assembly machines than we had currently. Okay, so some crafts are completing. What was it that we were crafting? Oh, it thinks it's crafting 13 more. They put them over here again. Right, number 4, put this back in. And we're waiting. It's becoming more and more tempting to do like EV assembler machine spam to get us over this hump, but we're about this close to IV1, so like our first IV1 is crafting up now, right? Yeah. Let's follow that one. And how long did it take for the blast smelter containment code? 31 minutes because they were stuck for so long. But we have it. There's an energy hatch. It will need maintenance too. We don't have maintenance hatches crafted yet. What can we shove in for maintenance ones? Number 2, number 3. Okay, I hate to use advanced glue for this, but it's the only circuit that we have. I'd much rather use the refined glue here. Okay. We'll do this one, but it hurts. Hurts a little. To not have a circuit number 2 assembly machine that could use that refined glue. And this has to be a dual. Okay. Number 3. Number 3. Can I have maintenance hatch, please? Yeah. All right. Cool. We need like 4 more of those at least, and of course an LV machine hull would hold us back. That is a solvable problem. I think we're making all of those over here. Yep. So here, have the LV machine hull added to your list. 4, please. That'll be enough for a quad EBF. Let's see if we also have muffler hatches on demand. We do. All right, so here's a muffler for you, and here's 4 for you. The EBF will also need controller. We'll need 4 of these crafted. Is there any difference? There's no difference, so we'll just add another molecular assembler pattern up here. Okay. Shift click any circuits, so microprocessors sound good to me. Read click here and click there and put in the EBF. Okay. 4 VFs, please. Okay. This feels like I'm back to normal recipes that don't hurt near as much in making. You know? These are somewhat easy. Okay, so that was that one, and then heat-proof machine casing. Okay, that can also be done in the assembler. We should have done both of those together. That would be one less trip here, but you know, well, that's not how I did it. Instead, we make at least 2 trips. The fun number. At least 2. I should probably put this on a t-shirt someday. I say it so much. Okay. The craft at the moment yet was. Okay, well, niobium's one of them. Make 30. Start. We were out of crafting processors a moment ago. That's why I couldn't do that one. Now the craft is yet. No, we had the mufflers. We had the maintenance hatches. Those are split between. We need energy hatches for these as well. Can I have 4? Good. Okay, make it on this processor. And what's the hold up here? Why can't I have my robot arms? There's probably something else being crafted inside of that assembler. Something that's blocking it. Where are the robot arms crafted? I thought they were a molecular assembler thing. Okay, so actually, yeah, what is the holdup? It's got to be robot arms. Yeah, that's up there. Okay, there's nothing that should block your schedule. Like, what? Huh? You guys don't have a schedule, you just craft the things that you're handed. So why is this stuck? I'm going to cancel that and try it again. I don't know what happened to it. Try again. Yeah, so it says steps to craft 2. So here it is again. So perhaps we had the wrong recipe encoded. I might have to take a look at. Yeah, let's just pull that pattern out. Okay, so untoggle that. We're looking at robot arm. let's put it onto the table here. What did I screw up when I did it? No, it's just mainframes. This looks... Ah, this is a processing pattern. And not one of these. That was the improper encoding. Okay. I must have gotten that confused earlier. All right, one more time. Please. Make us this assembly machine. We have it! Avengers! Assemble! Wait, is that not the name of the quest? Did we not have it unlocked yet? Requires the you're gonna hate this stuff that you have to hold in your inventory? Oh, man. Darn. Okay. We should have picked up, like, a motor and the other bits and bobs. Alright. I'll pick each one of those up in these little silly fetch quests. Pump, piston, conveyor module, robot arm. Alright. I'll fetch. They're darn right I was gonna hate those. I don't even have the recipe for a pump yet. Yeah, great. Well, piston. We can craft. Can I just merge it with this one? The one that has the motor that we don't actually need the motor. We just need the... Nah, fine, we'll just do it like this. This is life. Okay, pump. IV. No, that's a fluid regulator. This is the pump. Mm-hmm. You're gonna require silicone rubber. Okay, that's... You know what? I'm not doing that fetch. We have the assembly machine. We'll get back to those fetch quests later when certain things are easy to craft. Because to make, like, rubber rings would require silicone rubber bars, but we only made plates, you know? So... Yeah, I think I want a fluid solidifier thing for those. But this guy, he's going to have an important purpose. We need to take a set of dragon eggs, 4 of them in fact, and an EV transformer. Already crafted. Nice. We're going to step up a tier to make power. Okay, and that's how we're going to get these coils finished that are over here. Eight nether star lenses are missing. Are you? Star lens. Yeah, we can't do the HSSG coils. Yeah. And then, we have the ingots already smelted. And in fact, I already turned them into wires. I just need to get this hooked up. With a dual interface on it. Somewhere where there's a channel. And AE can craft this for us. Once we get the power for it. Need to make another star lens. It looks like this. Okay. And I would appreciate it if it does this 4 at a time. That way it evenly does the small piles that we have of nether star lens dust or whatever. Okay. Which we're sitting on 2 small piles apparently at the moment. So I want to do a couple nether stars by hand to finish that off. And then the rest will be automated. Finally. Grandmaster, Magic Energy Absorber. Take 2. This will take a while. Go. Last time I did this craft, one of them took like half an hour. 2 of them, I don't know, this might be a whole hour. We've made some improvements on some random things since then. But, I mean, it is like a couple hundred circuits here. Made in some of the one circuit assembler that's responsible for all of them. Right here. At the very least, if I slap down like a second HV circuit assembler over here and a dual interface on top of it, I could move some of those patterns over and like help that guy do his job. But our problem is mostly that we don't have a lot of parallels. We have a lot of like a single block machine doing the single task. It's the space we have. Yeah, this sounds like the right thing to do, got him. It's what I did on one of my other worlds. In fact, even for like these EV things, I had, I don't know, like at least 30, maybe 40 of these machines. And we're sitting here on like 8, 9 maybe. There's a few that might be scattered somewhere. But it's a little bit painful. Like all of these we could upgrade to EV, and that would also alleviate some of the pain points. Because then I would have a 6, a 4, a 1, an 8. Some of the circuit numbers that we've been like manually juggling with over here. But that would require power for each one of these too. And I'm sitting here making these dragon eggs. They take a while. They're expensive. We are so close to multis. Yeah. In fact, some of them, like, we're sitting on them, in a way. This alloy blast smelter thing with an IV energy hatch would be... Ooh, can we do an IV energy hatch yet? No. Is that one of the problematic recipes sitting over here? Also, no. Okay, let's see what it takes to program an IV energy hatch. I'm betting that it's going to require a new NOC coolant cell. Yep, okay. And an IV assembler. So, not to mention these. IV cutting machine we need. HPIC wafer. We'll need IV chemical reactor. We'll need gallium. Oh, yep. Okay. This just became like one of the last things I don't want to do. In fact, just take the bookmark away. I'm tired of seeing it. It's taunting me with things I can't have. We're done. We'll just make the automation that we probably should have from the start, which is just like a dual interface facing a subnet storage that with a circuit number that we change out as needed. That should have been what we did from the start. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Chlorine can come off now. Are all these emptied out? Okay, oh, no, we also gotta empty out the oxygen. Okay. So the... Might need a few more of these quad input hatches. And we'll just slap like a row of fluid storage buses on them. And then... An IMI output hatch we already have. IMI output bus. Let me go see if I added the IMI output bus yet. Hey, we have one. Look at that. Okay. And we're going to want a metric ton of circuits on this thing. Recipes, too. So whatever storage buses I put down should be like accessible where we can easily change the circuit. It probably should not be MV. It should probably be an HV input bus. Can I have 10 of these? No, we can have an amount that is equal to at least 2. No, we can't even have that. Because double iron plates are missing. Alright. Iron plate. We have a stack. Okay, so I should be able to just shift click in with the hammer. At least 2. Good. Or do I want to do a stocking input bus? No, because it doesn't have the automatic pull until it gets the upgrade. That's right, they nerfed stocking input buses. I forgot. I think you have to get, or it's one of these. They got nerfed. One of the ME. Yeah, advanced stocking input bus. This one. What I'm thinking of. I think these can auto pull. Yeah, auto pull from ME mode will automatically stock for 16 items, updated every 5 seconds. Yeah, that's the one that can do it. Yeah, it was like sometime in version 2.7, I think they did this change. But for anybody that already had stocking input buses made prior to that version, they got upgraded for free or something. I might be thinking of output buses. I'm not sure. They did some changes with some of those buses, though. Let's see. We'll remove this interface, that output bus, and this input bus, and we won't need an export bus anymore. We won't need a fluid export bus. There's some chlorine to take out and maybe some other chemicals. Let's bring over some cells. Do we have anything in here? No, okay. Should probably remove these before we go crazy with some changes here. What's in here? Just oxygen? Okay, who cares? Who cares? Remove. Also remove this reservoir hatch. Yeah, okay. So both the output things now, I'd like to hide underneath here. We'll do the ME output bus and the ME output hatch there. And I would like it to allow connections from any side, which I think was a screwdriver trick. Let's find out. Screwdriver? No, it's not the screwdriver. Was it a soldering iron? So that doesn't seem correct either. No, that does redstone shenanigans. All right, which tier are you? You're LV. All right, let's take you over to the recipe line here. We'll let that recharge. There was a tool that allowed it to change. I don't remember which one it is. Let's try also the hard hammer. No, that's sound muffling. And that... I'm hearing an odd noise. I'm gonna go investigate. I don't know what that was through my headphones. Wire cutter. Thank you. Thank you. Any side. Nice. I feel like that makes it look a little bit nicer if we clean up some of this mess that's in front of it. Which it's time we just remove all of these from here. And my inventory is a little bit full. Okay. We have output bus, bus that we're not gonna use. Yeah, sure, we could just put these terminals and buses, cables, just everything back in. Except the things that we plan to use, right? Which, you know what? We'll just pull out the things that we plan to use at some point in the future. Let's T-search for chlorine over here. It's full. Okay. Well, then where am I gonna put it? Oh, it's also up here. Oh. Because calcium chloride, we have a lot of. Okay, well, let me super tank the chlorine then. Do we have a spare one? We do. I will yoink all of that out and just put down a spare one here. Looks like mobs cannot spawn on top, so that's fine. And then we empty those. Very nice. Okay, put away that and that. We already have an EV energy hatch back here, right? Yeah, we do. Is this the first one that I should upgrade to like a double IV? Double EV for IV chem reactor recipe. Maybe. That's actually kind of tempting. Hello, gingerbread, by the way. Welcome in. What happened to the first and second gingerbreads? I'm curious, what is the lore here? Okay, soldering iron. Put away. Recharged. We need some chemically inert machine casings. I used a few up. Oh, okay, that's how many we have, and it's not on auto crafting. All right, let's fix that. We're gonna need some of those on auto crafting. Okay, number 6 with polytetrafluoroethylene. This is a fluid pattern terminal thing. It's time to just swap out our pattern terminal. Yeah, let's just go all in on the fluids patterns. And we have here some patterns. And if we could do the autofill blank pattern is enabled. Nice. Okay. We no longer have to like reach in here. We just have to make sure we craft them as needed. What is stuck on these crafts? Why is there always something becoming stuck, you know? Or are we literally just waiting on blue alloy bolts? Okay, here it's titanium. That's understandable. But what's going on here? Why is this one doing nothing? Huh? Cancel. Nothing else should have been using up input bus. Two. Go. Why? All right. Which assembly machine with blocking mode has you stop? This one. Ah. Ah. Okay. EV energy hatches are in here, but they shouldn't be because it's not. It was something that was temporary. I think it requires circuit number 1 or something special. No circuit? Okay, well then why aren't you crafting? Are you out of power? Did we run out of benzene again? I swear. Dragon egg needs to come down here first. I thought about just putting the dragon eggs off in the corner over here, but no. Oh, the benzene. The benzene. I don't have a spare super tank currently. We can go grab a few cells of benzene. This is cursed. Universal wireless one. That's possibly the best thing ever. There's a wireless thing that we could do? I like wireless. It's bookmarked here. It's just like a lot of crafting recipes. Like a bunch of them. To be like recursively, painfully bookmarked. And then we'll discover if anything's actually missing when we do that. And then we also need like wireless power in the base too. Something that's already been struggling as of yet, you know? I hope it's okay for me to remove that benzene from up there because we're cooking titanium up there. Oh, there's plenty of benzene here. So it's not a power issue. What is the issue then? Why you no craft? Okay, we're gonna take a look at the EV energy hatch bookmarked. It was here. Bookmark. Why does it have integrated logic circuits there instead of power ICs? Like how does that mistake even happen? This wasn't coded by me, so I definitely made the mistake. But like I just probably shift clicked it. Wait, what? Ordic substitution. Ah. Why does that have... Why is that even a thing? Why is there an overlap on Ore Dictionary for integrated logic chips? Because they both just say chip. But like this crafting recipe should require a chip IL, like a chip PIC, chip PIC. So like when I shift click it into the pattern terminal, it should understand that like only if it's doing an ORDIC thing, save it as an ORDIC and not the item. You know, like, okay. That overlap shouldn't even exist. Let's make sure, yeah, it's re-encoded. I think it looks proper now. We should cancel the one that we do have and just let it re-put those items back in. Which items? That. And these. Sometimes I get so surprised by the things that happen, you know? So surprised. And this is getting all of its filters cleared on it, so... Considering how you're holding nothing, we can just remove you and then put you back in. And ta-da! I reformatted the drive with my bare hands. That is how you program with butterflies, chat. Occasionally the substitution mode is useful, but I almost intentionally use that button on like rare occasions. What happens is like when I'm reprogramming patterns that have like previously existed, sometimes eventually you put one in there that has the button checked, and that just kind of leaves it checked. I was like, well, darn it, you know? That just happened. So 4 of these EV energy hatches have to be canceled, and then we can make them again. Yeah, yeah. Okay, power picks, power ICs are not a thing that we have yet. That one is an issue. Now I'm gonna have to annoyingly like remove lubricant from that recipe, but that is something that should actually be there when we upgrade to a dual interface on that cutting machine at some point. Because knowing that we're out of lubricant would be nice, you know? Would be nice. And then we'll get the like multi-block, and then we'll want to take lubricant off of all of them again, probably. Now it's going to tell me that I'm out of whatever those things are cut out of, aren't I? Okay. Well, I expected it. Okay, which wafer do I have to shove in with which colored lens? So we need like a blue sapphire, maybe. That with the phosphorus. We have phosphorus. We have blue sapphire. And you know what? Here, make some power picks. I don't want to think about that again for a while. That should be enough, yeah. These cut 4 each. I don't know what else they're used for. It looks like there's some things. I mean, we have EV energy hatches, Lapatron, EV dynamo, solar panels, which are sadly forbidden. Huh? Makes sense to bundle the cutting thing in, especially with later levers. Take the waterline stuff. Yeah. Yep, exactly. H picks also take picks? Okay. Is that in here? Am I missing it? T34. Might not be. Well, let's search for H pick. We'll see what it's made out of. Ah, okay. So as long as I don't cut all of these wafers, that's fine. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, back to making EV energy hatches, yeah? Can I have 4 now, please? Go. Soon, Grandmaster energy absorbers, yeah? It's going through some circuit components at the moment, it looks like. Finally managed to batch in some of those. I'm guessing that this iron chest is blocked here. It is. I don't know which circuit number is needed for iron chest. Maybe we could move that over to a different one. Let's see. It could use not a circuit. So if we pull you out, and are you full? Okay, well now you have 1 spot. Get to work. There we go. I moved that one along. What else does it need? Probably needs this. It'll get there eventually. Okay, that's running out of power. It's just because we don't have enough amps here. And I keep worrying that the benzene's running out too. Well, I think we'll struggle through this. Maybe we pull this out for now, and I can put this in again later with the blue lens when we have enough power, when those aren't running. Alright, I have the transformer. I need maybe some superconductor. I have enough to make 2 wire. Superconductor, 8 amp. We're just waiting on Dragon Masters, and then we can hook up this. Slap a dual interface on it, maybe. Perhaps some cabling we might require. And get this powered. Get this crafting our coil blocks. Where am I gonna put it? I wonder. If we look at the network visualization tool here, we're already at 8 channels here, both directions. But we're not at 8 channels coming out in this direction, one might note. Aha! So I know where I can put it. Let's see. You are some cabling that can come out. We'll put a dual interface down here. This can be where the assembly machine lives for a moment. I would like to do a step up operation, which requires us to pull out a soft mallet and whack it. And it's now backwards. Yeah, we want it going this way. Okay, and then we're going to try to shove EV high amps into it. Let's see, we only need 1 wire here. Yeah, 1 here. And then these other 2 can just face like wrenched into this. Yeah, dragon eggs on top soon. Wire cutter. Absolutely cursed. Once those dragon eggs are ready, we are ready. To craft. Where's my coil block pattern? There it is. Got it. And if I could just access right there. Perfect. Circuit number 3. We're ready. We're ready for coils. Almost indium time. Yeah. Which indium... How am I going to want to tackle this? There is a B. Yeah, but we need a whole block of indium to get there. So there's some ways to get like some nuggets, I think. And we make that... Oh, I don't know. Actually, maybe we can just get raw indium ore, come to think of it. No. Okay, those are expensive. Maybe once we get advanced circuit assembler 6 and UV, so that's ZPM tier. Yeah, back to looking at what it is that the combs do. Combs provide straight up indium dust. Nice. Which maybe that's the recipe I'm supposed to look at. Chemical reactor. Yeah, we have indium phosphate. Quantum oxide. I think here's where I was getting confused. It's tiny piles. No, or is it small piles? Somewhere there's tiny in the equation. Or am I just crazy? The combs only boost. Oh. Yeah, that they do. Ah, I found it. Indium concentrate. That's the one. This one. Yeah, so we'll want the purified galena or sphalerite, whichever. These are kind of the same. They just take different amounts of time. Yeah. And this makes, yeah, there it is. Tiny piles. I found it. Okay. Yeah, it's like sadly the only thing you can do at first. Easily. Ah, yep. Okay. Galena, sphalerite, we'll get these probably from the bees. No. We might get these from the meteor. We might already have them. And I'm noting that they have to be purified. So. I hear a bell. The bell has been rung. When are these dragon egg things gonna finish? Huh? How many more processors are we waiting on here? There's so many. So many. Not to mention the other things that we're slowing it down with. You're still cooking up niobium titanium for that random quest. I only have 46. Gotta hold a stack. Alright, let's put away some tools. Put that away. I suppose I don't need any more of this cabling. Are any of those EVAs? Yeah, okay, one more is finished. That's the problem. Dragon eggs. I mean, they're so easy once you get them. Then they're takes so long to craft them in the first place. Let's steal one from up here. And then we should get one soon, I hope. I mean, I could also steal it from this chemical reactor. We're not using this yet. Let's steal from here. Look at that. I found all our necessary dragon eggs. Okay. We should be able to request the coil blocks now if we had a processor available. Any moment now. Any of you could finish your current task. Yeah? Okay, well, you're not doing anything for a while, so let's just take you off. I would like 42 coil blocks, please. No, not the mica insulator foil. Not the mica insulator foil. Do we still have some of this fluoroflogophyte? Whatever blade? We do have 10. Okay. Let's add a recipe for that to the vendor. Yeah. That's not enough fluoroflogophyte. Okay. But we should be able to have the asbestos/meteor thing now, but making those mica foils is going to be a pain in the butt. Maybe I would rather make this chemical. How does one make this? Okay, here we go. Unformed fluorogaphyte is done in a vacuum freezer. Oh, it's a blast furnace thing. Huh. I don't yet have like the capability of doing like a blast furnace automated recipe that requires fluid in the bottom. And this would require some mixing. Xite did all this by hand earlier in the run. Made quite a lot of it. Maybe it's over here on the line? I mean, he did it like all over here on like some EV machines. There's 84 of this dust left over. So if I got some magnesia, I could make this, and then I would have to just carry up to an input hatch on the vacuum freezer. Do we even have a solidifier hatch? Yeah, maybe mica is the easier route there to take. We would need mica and asbestos. And I would search the ores, but I just stole the Grandmaster Energy Absorber a moment ago. I was tired of waiting. Let me see what alarm's going off. On the chat. Ah, where'd the energy thing go? Yeah. Why won't it finish crafting these two that we've been waiting on for ages? It's been 36 minutes so far. 36:15. Still going. This EV energy hatch is also still going. So is that. Alright. So we wait. Chemically inert machine casings was a recipe that we were going to add. But before we got super sidetracked. Stagger the patterns for circuits. Yeah, if I added more circuit assemblers, we could, like, move them around. I do have these two HV ones. But the problem is, which machine do I want to take out? Like, which one do I want to remove from the equation? I mean, we like getting gears, we like getting rods. We like having this assembly machine. I guess I could rip out a... Well, no, the polarizer is kind of important too for motors. We did finally finish with all the calcium chloride, so maybe here, if there's a channel available, we have 16. And we're already using 16 channels here, so I can't add another interface there on that column either. Why? Because there's a... Yeah, that's right, there's a dual interface back there now too. It's a little cramped in here, is what it is. This side has a channel available, but doesn't have EV power over here, so... Yeah, it feels like it's maybe a little cramped in here. But I mean, we had this thing from like MV onwards, maybe? Or maybe it was like later in HV, I'm not sure. But it is not going to carry us through IV for sure. We need an expansion. So I'm thinking after we get a bunch more Dragon Masters, that they would power like a new multi-block expansion up here. But crafting these first ones, geez, this has been a little bit tedious. I think what we should do, maybe we take the time to just upgrade this entire clean room to EV. All the sides, rewire like everything, pull out all the patterns and just redo it, huh? Or like add a second floor to the clean room even, like a basement area. Maybe we could go up and down with an elevator. Or just like some stairs inside the clean room to down there. Yeah, just a bit more plasticrete. Go downwards. And then we could have like maybe 2 wireless connectors in here and run a total of 64 machines that way. That should give us like the room to like expand and upgrade until we get all the multis. Just I'm going to be waiting a long time on circuits while those are crafting, so... Yeah, so where do we have dual interfaces over here? Just here on the polarizer. And yeah, so I need more dual interfaces to realize that dream. Can I have like 4 of those? Okay, just another thing on the long list of we're gonna have to wait a while. No, maybe not. It did just craft one. Okay, so I could pull that out, and we could maybe not get confused with that one. Let's put that over here. Okay, my interface is clean of patterns at the moment. You know what? We're not building this multi anytime soon, are we? I needed an IV energy hatch anyways to do what we wanted to do. These, we need the coils, so we're not building that anytime soon either. Okay. I will now remove maybe this one with the large gears. Could come out. We wish to have it deployed again someday in the future. Let's put down a dual interface here where we can move over. Let's do, I don't know what it's crafting now. Looks like workstations. Maybe we could do the HV processor assemblies over there. In it. Uh-huh. And I think we want to set this to circuit number 1 in case we move anything over that required that. Why are the nano ones green in this texture pack? That's just how they are. This texture pack, here's how it looks on the circuits. Let's get to the circuit diagram. Can I go to something useful here? Of course, I clicked like the most non-circuity thing first. Somewhere, show me a circuit. I thought I would have gotten to a circuit much quicker, much quicker. All right, fine. Let's just search for a random circuit. Okay, here we go. And then there's a diagram page here. Yeah, this one. Behold the beauty. You can either go memorize obscure textures that mean nothing, or you can like see the letters and the number of bars. Less bars equals like this is further along. More bars equals like yeah, and they did a Roy G. Biv in here. It's got a rainbow. So they're like, well, I need different colors for each one to kind of distinguish them. And then, well, bam. But it's just so beautiful. I get confused from the base texture set on this one. And eventually you actually get to the max tier, which is actually like a rainbow anyway, so I don't think that even fits on the page here, sadly. I can't scroll sideways, there's only a scroll bar vertically. There's not one down here. Oh. Oh, there is! It's just one of those hidden ones because they thought that would be a useful UI feature. Where is it actually? Where is the actual button? Okay, I can't. It's like on a single pixel here somewhere. And you have to be moving to find it. All right, who designed this UI? It's not good. Or maybe I'm too zoomed in. That's awful. All right, so what to do with this gear thing? We'll get a chest. We'll conveniently put this in like so. And that has those recipes. Maybe it even has that. Maybe it has an interface even. Then we can put all these back. And I did not do a screwdriver. Did I? Input from output side allowed. And it's supposed to auto output upwards as well. Okay, back to the usual tools that I carry there. Is it already done with all those too? It is. It's already moved on to the more complicated circuits. But hey, at least it's staggered for the next one. Maybe we can craft a Grandmaster a little faster next time. These take how long? 40 seconds each? Jeez. So if we have, at some point in the future, if we can get more of these advanced circuit assemblers, tier 3, the EV ones, we can spam like a row of them down and do peer-to-peer dual interface on them. That way you just put the patterns into like one of them and it shares it to all of them. Would be really, really nice feature to have. Indium is coming at some point. I don't know when. How many patterns do I have available to work with here? We could do some of these universal terminals while we're sitting here. Just waiting on things to craft, so. How much room do we have up here? Oh, well, we're gonna fill up our pattern assembler, that's for sure. Let's request actually individually to see which of these fellows we're missing. Okay. So, apparently all of them are missing. Really? Yep, we don't have any of them. Okay. Well, let's get started somewhere. We'll do the wireless terminal first. And then we'll do wireless fluid. I think we should only accept the 0% one here. Shift click the cancel thing that puts what you're missing in your bookmarks. Ooh. Well, yeah. We do already have them over here. But let's try that out, just so we can learn. Ah, it does change to bookmark. Which, yeah, we kind of already have bookmarked. Okay, so. Made a group too. Hold on. It made a group too. Let's see what's inside that group. Oh, it's not an expandable group. Yeah, no. Not as great. I thought like maybe if I clicked the group, it would expand it to all the things that we didn't have. That would be useful. Yeah, just recursively add all those things. Okay. So we have, that is a molecular assembler, that is a assembly machine. Another assembly machine. Another assembly machine. And there's definitely not enough room in our assembly machines for all these. Essentia's up next. And then this one's also just randomly molecular assembler. Okay. Well, we did just add a new assembler over here. Let's put it to work. Can I have universal wireless terminal? I don't even know which one's the correct one to click. This one? Universal wireless terminal crafting, yeah. Let's try it. Okay, now bookmarking this. It gets a little bit more beautiful. Are we done with any of these crafts yet that I was waiting on? We're followed on this one, so it'll tell us when we finally get it. I don't know when it will do that. It's probably waiting on, oh, it's waiting on black steel. Niobium titanium is taking a while. Do we have enough for the quest? And it's just 56. Oh, we ended up using up some of our niobium. Yeah. You're gonna have to cook up a little bit more. Merge in, buddy. Get in line. Before your line spot was taken away for black steel. Oh, that's right. We have to make singularities, which are matter compressor. Yeah, we can shove our fluid water line thing into it from the recyclers or something temporarily. Or cobblestone. Cobblestone could fill it up. I think we have to have 64K storage, which would be another circuit assembler thing. Hey, pattern. Terminal. Can you add this to your list? Yeah, molten tin. Still selecting circuits. I don't know when we'll get the any circuits. And there's a nice little spot right there for 64K. Lovely. I like it when it works out like that. Dense energy. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna craft you by hand. But LUV circuits now go into this too? Has that always been the case? I don't know that we can craft the green ones, actually. Hold on. That is the ones that we have to craft. That is the lowest tier. Yikes. Okay, well, we did that one. So many more to bookmark here. Oh, illuminated panels, that's one of the ones that we pulled out that we didn't have space for. And look at all the other random terminals we have to craft, and plastic circuit boards we're missing too. Man, I churned through all our plastic circuit boards again. And this is before we have the chem reactor automated. Alright. I'm going to have to spend a few hours on the chem reactor, aren't I? Like, we just have to have, like, at least 2. And they have to be able to be, like, on demand to make some of the things. They just do. So perhaps what we could do is we could split 2 EV energy adders, 2 Dragon Egg things back here, and then have 2 controllers here and here. We don't really have any need to access the back side over here. But the front side we could have various adapters inserting into it, yeah? Oh, come on, what's it waiting on now? Oh, the stainless. Alright, you're just gonna get canceled. You're going to the back of the line. 10 on processor number 4. So now it's gonna like prioritize crafting this, and then that. The nice little thing about blocking mode on those interfaces is that it will do that. I didn't realize we were waiting on stainless steel all this time on this thing. How many minutes has it been now? 50. I did say that last time I did one of these, it took half an hour. I said it would take about an hour. It's looking like I was kind of spot on. It was going to take about an hour. But I did mention that we had some upgrades, and I thought maybe it would go a little faster. It's just that all the machines were kind of gunked in some way or another. So it couldn't quite do that. What? This confuses me greatly. 4, 5, 6, 7. But like you misspelled 6 and 7 and then 7 was capitalized and 4 was cap. What is this atrocity that you have typed into the chat? Germans. Sick this guy. What is this? Some English autocorrect, I think, broke your typing. You're on mobile. Zenf is mustard. But it has to have a capital S, right? That's another word. I know this because I had to go shopping for some Zenf. I hope I'm spelling it right, though. I want to replace the 2 dragon eggs that we stole, but I don't want to have to manipulate dragon eggs more than once with the sword. So yeah, like you want to take this one back. This one on this platform back. And then we can, these 2 that are coming off the press now can power those spots again. Because we need to reach into that ore processing area again to pull some things out. I have a feeling. While we're waiting though. Okay, 3 dual interfaces around 1, well, okay, just 2 dual interfaces next to a single block one. Fluid storage. We only have 1? I thought I requested more of these. Can I have 2 more? We'll see if it's capable of that. Storage buses for items. Oh, we're out of these too. Alright, well it's nearly done crafting this one. Maybe we could squeeze this in just a moment. That crafted a lot faster than I thought it would. So on to the last steps, where it's probably waiting on an assembly machine somewhere that's super busy. Oh, there's like a pixel left, come on! 1 item left to craft. So the last fluid storage bus, there it goes, okay. Let's go, come on. Ah, our grandmasters are finally crafting. And then this is stuck on... right, waiting on stainless. And now we're crafting titanium up there in the mega. Okay. So we have 1 dual interface. I don't have any of the cables. Grab some cables. We might want some anchors. We might want some quartz fiber. There's those fluid storage buses, and if I could have the other one, please. The item storage buses. Any day now. Oh. Yeah, no, that's not gonna be any day. That'll be a while. I'm smelting at least 2,000 titanium tonight. Overnight. Maybe more. I don't know. An amount. The problem is benzene up here. Might not be enough to run it continuously. Let's take a peek. It does appear to be going down, but it's hard to tell. Are these things actually constantly turning out benzene? Yeah, I think it's actively going down when it's running. So if we could sneak in EV energy hatch somewhere on this guy to replace all the benzene turbines down there, get this constantly on, or move titanium to being smelted. Well, temporarily, yeah, we could do it down here. I mean, that just slows things down. This has been on circuit number 1 this whole time? Shoot. No wonder things have been so slow. Well, let's change that back. This is why we need dedicated input buses. That way I don't have to do temporary circuit changes. Man. The only reason I haven't run another line over there for a number 1 input bus, there's a spare slot in the middle underneath, is that there's only 8 channels on this line here, and it's used up. If I bumped this wireless controller up to here, that could fix it on this side, but it also only has 8 over here. Ah, right on the hour mark, we got our Grandmasters back. Maybe next time we can craft these faster than an hour. That would be nice. Imagine having to wait an hour on power. You know? It's just so long to have to wait. Why did you disconnect when I placed you? It's still in random essentials again. From afar, okay. And then this can go back behind the chem reactor again. Inert machine casings. Did I ever do it? Oh my gosh. This is now the 3rd time I've approached this pattern terminal to try to do this. Ah. I see. It requires a number 6 dual. So I probably went over to the fluid pattern terminal, then got confused by something we saw. But now, finally. Inert machine casing? Okay. At least we're getting somewhere. Assembler number 1. That would be this one. But this is this is not a good thing for me to drop in there because it has a number 8 in there too. So I can only craft these like one at a time. It'll craft up if it shoves more than the steel plates in there are gonna counteract. That's really frustrating to do it. There's not another assembly number 1 around here either. So I have to enable blocking mode, but I can't because there's a circuit in here, and that would interfere with the blocking mode. And all right. Here's what we can do. We can just put it over here for a moment. Drop this down to a 1. Let's batch some solid steel machine casings. No, okay, because there's not enough steel frames. I can do 9. XA just joined. Right as I'm doing some cursed operations here. E29 over here, almost 3:30. 15:30. Let's see. Okay, get that craft finished. Click, click. Now the chemically inert machine casings would be no problem at all. And here, make 7 more. 2, 3, okay. It's probably really confused at what's going on there. Was going to make next to oil here. Need mica process first. That's why we needed the power on there. I remember now which ore we were after. Let's see, mica. Yeah, we have 7,000. And it probably needs asbestos. All right, let's run one of these to the HV macerator here. Wait, maybe save this one. Tossing the mica in there, and then we'll toss maybe the asbestos up here. And to byproducts, people, I say what byproducts, because I didn't even look at the list. What byproducts? I ask. Don't know what they are, didn't look, didn't care. Sometimes you just gotta get things done. We've been holding off for too long here. Okay. We have the cabling here that is connecting those two channels. That goes back to mainnet. Yep, okay. So our path from mainnet is from here. Okay, and we come up. And then what we're gonna do is fluid storage bus onto like some input hatch type stuff. I think we should just have like maybe 2 quad input hatches. I wonder if I have them. Okay, I do. Yeah, if we just put down 2 quad hatches, that allows us to do things that require up to 60,000? 64,000? I think that should be plenty. And we'll prioritize these so that they go first. And then this one will receive no priority. So if there's overflow that's like bigger than 64,000, it'll go here. And then a storage bus, an item storage bus. We need an input bus here as well. And then we'll need some cabling to hook things up, yeah. Do I have 1 input bus? Oh my goodness, I don't. And there's no room for it. We're crafting up pumps, we're crafting up pistons, stainless steel fluid pipes. Actually, I must be doing some machine by hand here that required some components. And didn't want to click a recipe from the pattern terminal. Would be my guess. We do have the pattern capacity up here to add more recipes. Just a guess. These should be finished soon. Well, no, it's waiting on stainless steel. This is crafting right now, hot titanium. Yeah, all these are waiting on stainless. I really should batch some more stainless here in a moment. I can just cancel that one, maybe request stainless in a big batch here. Yep. Welcome to how I felt. I felt Wall Street. Thought I made enough metals, but I really didn't. I neglected stainless. Okay, it's going now. I also can't believe I didn't have this set to number 11 for so long. Regular blocking, do not crash if it contains, yeah, you just inserted it yourself. Okay. That's one way to batch stainless. Just insert the dust rather than have AE craft it. Yeah, now none of these are crafting because AE didn't get a chance to craft it. Let's pull out the stainless dust. Okay, and then, yeah, we'll leave it like that. Now at least this one up top is crafted. Yeah, ordinarily this would be fast. We don't have dedicated EVF doing this. Can I cook stainless without higher tier coil? Which tier coil is it? Cooper nickel. Okay, so I could, in theory, like build a small dedicated EVF real quick somewhere near an AE channel to get a fluid export input bus. Problem is, I don't know where I'm gonna start putting these new machines. But I do already have the Cooper nickel coils, I think, in here. We have other EPF things. Like, let's see. If I search heat, heat is probably the better thing to search. Yes, so we get heat-proof machine casings, the coils. We see the EPF is there. What did I do with the quad controllers that we had? Did they never finish crafting? Maybe I didn't finish adding all the recipes in. Well, I might have now, I'm not sure. Yeah, the pump's finished. What was I crafting? Was it storage bus? No, we have those now. It was something to finish automating. It was an input bus. Yeah, I desperately need an input bus. But that's also gonna wait on stainless. Can I have two? Dare I request two? One is crafting. One input bus any moment now. And then we're gonna have chemicals on demand. Old-fashioned way. It's not the input patch that we wanted. I thought I was pushing and that was closer, but this is the way we gotta go. This is it. Okay, so we'll have that there. We can turn this back on now. And it just needs cables. 1, 2, 3, 4. We might want an advanced blocking card here. And then this one should probably be set to blocking mode. Did I program advanced blocking card in? Yes, I did. But level emitter is one that I sadly removed. Right? Maybe I never put it in. Okay, we should have bookmarked that crafting that failed. Shift C for bookmark, and then over here, level emitter. It's a simple assembler recipe. What has room for it? This has room for it. One blocking card, please. And yeah, now chemicals on demand. So like this could be the whole plat line in theory. Yeah, I think we'll put this coming out that direction. We need to send power up to here. Actually, so where's that gonna come from? Let's maybe wrap around up this way, because I was thinking about putting another dual interface here at some point. But for now, maybe it could just be a quartz fiber. Okay. Device is online. Good. Good. Let's grab our advanced blocking card. My cat's meowing at something. Let me see what it needs. I have no idea what the cat was meowing out. It was very insistent until I went over there, and then it just looked at me and was like, meow. Just one last meow, and it was done. Nothing odd was out on the porch. I have no idea what it was losing its marbles over. This blocking card's still not made. Ah, titanium. Yeah, of course. Of course, of course. Why is it also not crafting stainless now? Because there was an extra dust? I'm confused. Should be crafting. Yeah, it is. Okay. That extra dust in there was breaking it for some reason? Yeah, now we could merge in like a lot more of that, but I'm a little scared to click like just another 200 in there. Well, there's 2 players online. I was understanding things that were a pain point. So many questions. Where do I start? There's really not much that's... I've added more patterns. What else have we done today, chat? There's a... Yes, it was electrolyzed. Or it will be. It could be. Looks like I needed to switch to a pump. Okay, let's see if we can just craft a simple pump of like LV variety tier. You know, pumps were in the system, and then we're gonna have to crowbar, which would be this tool. Ah, yeah, it was still set to that. But you could be a pump to import, allow output. How much does it need to electrolyze here? Oh, and it needs cells. Oh, I can't do both. We'll just have to put a stack of cells in there then. Yeah, that was to make circuits. That was to speed up circuits. It's too crammed in here for more machines. And now that we have power on this side, I could keep cutting the wafers. Okay, electrolyzer's going. So that is putting oxygen into cells. Great. That's something I'll have to deal with then later. And there's really no way to do both the items and the fluids with the covers is there. Not on the same side. A little bit of a limitation right there. It's okay. It's a little bit of a temporary slight automation help. Let's try to do now something with this these crafts over here, yeah? I don't know what we will do, but something. Let's start with circuit boards, for example, plastic circuit boards, yeah? We need a recipe. Okay. Shift click this into place. And then we shift click this into place. We can get more if we use our PTFE now. Let's do that. And there's 2 separate tanks, hydrogen, none full. Yeah, if there's no hydrogen, I'm sorry. Did we use it all? 6.3 no hydrogen? Yeah, that's the way it looks. All right. Yeah, you've been off on the hardcore run for a little bit. Okay. Okay. Chemically inert storage bus. Don't need this. These are all. Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's try to do this chem reactor thing. So if we rename this to the LCR. Schwink. And we're going to put in a couple patterns there. I think that one was wrong. Hold on. Oh no, it does say 4. Okay, we're good. Let's try plastic circuit boards now. Be so happy if that works. Okay, we start with 1. This thing should hopefully turn on. I mean, no circuits required. I see it got its chemicals. What is... Ah, are you kidding me? Having the fluid storage buses online ever so briefly, like, clogged these up with... I accidentally, when I connected this cable right here and didn't have the quartz fiber there yet, it did this nonsense. And we also don't have the blocking card in here yet. I've got to clear all those out. So we're gonna need some cells. Grab this kind of cell. So I think that'll make our lives a little easier here. We've got to get that fluid terminal back down somewhere. The one that we just decided to store. Yeah, here's the fluid, and then the cabling. Let's find that orange glass cable. And we can put this back onto a spot over here. That is not the network I want to pull that from. That is not the network. Now we just gotta place this one a little bit to the side then. This is the network. All right. And I can't even dump helium because that's non. Yeah. All right. You're set to insert only, I think, or extract only, or something like that. No ability for us to insert back. Or you might just be an import bus. Oh yeah, you're just an import bus. This is supposed to get the blocking card. Okay. We're getting into the groove now here. All right, let's dump the rest of them. Dumped. Okay. Everything's dumped now, so it should be able to start a recipe without any issue. No, that's the helium, right? There's nowhere for that to go because it's full on the internal network. Okay. Did I miss anything in chat? No. Chats are good. Okay. Did that plastic circuit board craft? Nope. It got stuck. Alright, let's cancel it. Let's try another. Because we removed some of the components and things out of that, so we'll see if this one works. Is it going to work? We have... That is a dual interface. Oh my god, that's not a storage bus. How did we put a dual interface there instead of a storage bus? That's funny. Now we take that off, and then we put this here, and then you should craft. Yeah? Yes, okay. That went in, the fluid went in. Take out this circuit. Did the fluid go in? Did it already craft? No, you're distinctly missing your fluids, buddy. Do I also have to put a fluid discretizer on this subnetwork? For the fluids to come out as items? I think we might need to, yeah. I doubt there's a recipe for this. There's in fact not a recipe. Fluid discretizer. Yep. That's what we want. Okay, encode and then drop you off up here. That's gonna be an expensive craft. Yeah. Okay, we can cancel this one once again. It's not working. Okay, let's yank up all these circuits. We're done with these. Do we need another fluid thing? We got one already. Yes. Yes, because it's not working. So yeah, I think I do. We are making a small automation here, and that's going to take titanium. Okay. That we must wait on. Yeah, we have a subnetwork over here. Okay. Well, there's a new network over here. XA. All right. Don't need to explain this at the moment. So where did this dragon egg come from? Let's see, shift left click. If I can get that back in my inventory. Is it not actually, was that a ghost dragon egg? Yeah, my magnet is misbehaving. Lift up on. No, we already had it selected. I think it was like this one, but just bugged out for some reason. I don't think there was actually a dragon egg there. This game sometimes. Do it. Discretizer, come on. So while 24 titanium is cooking, we do something else. We do the next step of the mica, or the other one. Maybe it's done macerating. Yeah, we have asbestos, we have that's cinnabar. Don't think we need that one at the moment. We did the HV single block thing down here. Yeah, this one here. Here's some crushed mica. So the next step would be just probably forge hammering. This is just mica dust. Asbestos. We don't have a thermal centrifuge, so we're not going to be getting magnesium from this. Forge hammer. Sure. And then we'll come back and throw those in the centrifuge in a little while. What else? Some 24, 24 hours to go. I want a fluid discretizer. No items here, just the fluid drops. I kind of hate that these need that fluid discretizer. But we saw that we had to make an IV energy hatch to progress to getting the thing that we did have bookmarked earlier up here. It's gone now. I just gave up on it. Too far off to make those useful fluid input hatches that we can set circuit numbers on. And then that I could just slap like a dual interface onto each one. Would have been quite handy. And it's sad though that like one network with a fluid discretizer can't help the sub-network, you know? And I can't move it over because then this network wouldn't know that it even has the fluids to send to that network. So it needs it in like both of them, is my guess. So like as it comes in here as like an item fluid droplet that the fluid discretizer understood, it has to like also convert here to be able to like fluid storage or something. That's, I don't know, my understanding anyways, unless something's just broken in this interface and I need to place it back down again. We could try that. Let's see. Go down a block. Place this first and then place this cable. Do not push. And put the plastic things back in, and then we got to rename it to LCR again. Oh, it's already named. Yep. Okay, we're good. I think it's a fluid discretizer problem, though. That's why we're waiting on it. I could go consult my other world where I've done this before. I think I put a fluid discretizer on each one of these sub-network things. Which means we might also need one for the assembly line when that comes up. Because it's going to have fluid storage buses there too on a sub-network. And item storage buses with priorities in an increasing order. I would just hop right over to that other world right now, but it's running a different version of the pack. It's like on still on 2.7. I haven't bothered updating it yet. Maybe there's a screenshot on the Discord. You can look up like one of these subnetted things. Kind of wish I had like a video to watch of my old world. I don't think I do. All right, 11 titanium. The reason our titanium is and stainless steel is a bit low is I did add already one of these today, and there's room for 2 more now too. I'd be scared to request it right now. It would take too much crafting CPU time, in my opinion. We'll come back to that tomorrow, after there's been a chance for the metals to stockpile quite a bit again. This is looking much nicer now. There's less of the, like, more obscure ones needed. Beastie is still counting up. 2,843. I think the goal is to get to 3,000 something. Oh. Did these get upgraded? Hello, Gems. Welcome in. Or are they filtered to more than one? 2,730 is supposed to be as high as it goes. I wonder why it can see more. This one's going up to 3,000. None of these drives are letting that happen, right? I don't know where that extra essential is coming from. The storage buses may be able to see it. Ah, yeah, because it goes both ways. Oh, interesting. How was your stream, Jibs? Ours has been a lot of waiting on some things. I thought I made enough metals last night, but nope. Don't blast anything in MBF for next 20 minutes. Well, unfortunately, they're just okay. This last titanium. Titanium. Yeah. Feel free to take these dragon eggs. Near IV. It's not like I can do the coil blocks there anytime soon. So those are available. Oh, hey, our fleet discretizer's done. So basically, the only thing in the MEVF is titanium. So no requesting titanium for the next 20 minutes or so. Let's see if I just place this onto that network. And then we try to now request a plastic circuit board. Please. Please craft. It's crafting. Okay, yeah, see, it's the discretizer. So that allows the fluid packet coming in that's in like an item droplet form, because it got pulled out in liquid form. The discretizer says, okay, here's how I send it now to a dual interface. And normally the dual interface would directly connect towards the fluid storage destination. But here we have a second dual interface here. And it says, no, I don't understand what you're trying to do until we add a discretizer on this side of the equation too. I'm not sure why that's a limitation, honestly. That could be like, we shouldn't need it? Okay, well, let's take it off and we can try again. One plastic circuit board, please. It will put in what it did a moment ago was it only put in just the items, but we might have to like reset this network. Let's let it power down. Device offline. Power back on. That one did craft. Now the blocking mode card. It's gonna feel really strange if we actually didn't need it at all. It did work, yeah. But now we're resetting the network. Might have been cached or something. It worked again! Why didn't it work the first time? Okay, between the first time and the second time, I did break this interface and replace it. And now it's just going to decide, okay, whatever. We have this for another network later on. Now you work, huh? Now you work? Can we have 100? Let's go bigger. Okay, and it's already off again. And we already... okay. That's only 250 iron chloride. Okay, it's just slow. It's just slow. We're going to need to turn off batch mode here, maybe. Yeah, turning off batch mode gives us the improvements. This could be batched at a higher number. Like we could multiply. Enable smart blocking. I think that's the default smart blocking mode. But we could allow it to import, push in the same crafting recipe, I think, is one of the buttons. Allow insert same recipe, maybe. There we go. And then now you could batch. Maybe. That's not bad. That was pretty nice. Oh, we used to make those by hand. Can you believe it? 200 more. Let's go. All right, I'm done. I did a thing. Now on-demand flatline. Okay, yeah, that could come up next. I think some of the other chemicals were even more annoying, weren't they? Like, we have a whole laundry list of things to do here, and one dual interface on which to do them. But to make more pattern capacity cards would require titanium, right? Yeah, we can't smelt titanium at the moment. Which really, if we want to disable the MEBF... how can we fix benzene over here? Just blast? We got 600,000. Seems fixed. You must have like imported some from one place to another. How did I get a feather just now? If I stole that from the magic area with my magnet on, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it's working. Cool. How many energy hatches did we make? All right, we have 5. And then we have 4 of these dragon egg guys, yeah? And we have a big giant blast furnace that we would like to just continuously cook titanium with. I see a solution. Let's take these and replace all the MV energy hatches up here with these guys. Yeah, in fact, let's do the math first. So we have 33 MV energy hatches times, what's MV? 128? But times 2, because they can all take 2 amps. So we have 66 of those turbines underneath here. That is 8,448. And what is 2,048 times? Just slightly over the 4 amps MV because of that one extra to get the uptick on the temperature thing. So maybe we need a 5 EV energy hatch with 10 dragon eggs. Can I start off with just 2 with 4? And is that hot enough for titanium? I want to do math before I take out 33 MV energy hatches. Or can I run with both MV and EV? Does it let us? Do 16. Small numbers do 16. Well, we barely have 4 crafted. If I craft 6 more of these, I don't even think our crafting CPU could take it. Let's try. 6 more. He said it. Just blast. Tape fix. Overnight nitro. Ack. Acknowledged. And yeah. So anyways, 6 of these. None of them are big enough to handle that. That is a 36K operation. You know, let's stop playing with some small numbers. How expensive are these? Can I make one? It's only 681 bytes. I don't think this will take that long. Go. Do the thing. Make 2 more, honestly. Like, merge that in. Yeah. The longest step there is going to be circuit components. That's another thing that I would do if we had that basement I was talking about earlier in the clean room. We would also have like a peer-to-peer assembler number 3 circuit. I'd be doing those in parallel for sure. For circuit components. I hear things are crafting. The press is calling. Oh, I hear something that needs to be muted, don't I? Chink chong, chink chong, chink chong. How about no, 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 no. So once one of these pops off, we can take the 4 kilobyte processor that's not busy. It's not you. It's not you, it's you. So the nice thing about these is you can just plop out the crafting component when you craft with it. And then in any assembler, we can insert this one into it once it's finished here. And then we'll have an upgraded 64K processor. Precise assembler? Oh, I don't know. That seems like it might be a ways off. Let's look. It's sometime in Ivy. We need Lumium and Hicarium. I don't think data orbs are that hard, right? Yeah, no, these are probably doable. Yeah, okay. It's just a lot of recipes we don't have encoded yet. And maybe some metal types that might require the push plat line, it looks like, yeah. Well, if we just on demand it, huh? Queue it on demand. I'm probably gonna need that wire, aren't I? I don't know. I don't know. That would explain the feather. This would explain the feather. Random chicken trolliness. Sometimes I wonder where things come from in this world. I would guess that like maybe some zombie spawned in with a chicken jockey zombie, and then the zombie died in the daylight, like it burnt up or something. That's my best guess. Hey, look, we're simultaneously crafting some circuits here. Very nice. Very nice. When will it get to these, though? Is it going to be after the MV ones are done? Yeah, it's going to be after the MV ones are done. It's almost done. Okay, well, here's one. All right, so on this assembler, say maybe here. Please don't run out of power. I know we're cutting things over here, but you're almost done. Maybe don't start another one just yet. Okay, now you could do your last one. Very nice. So here's a 64K crafting storage. No credit for that? Okay, thanks, gang. Sure, no credit for that. These other ones will be popping off any moment. We can upgrade the other 4K ones, which are perhaps maybe a little bit busy. We'll cancel the stainless. This is doing our craft. And let's see. It's not you, it's you. Yep, you can be done. And did it finish the other one? No, it's still doing just a little bit more. 64K. That's at least two. At least two. He's a chonker. Yep, one more to upgrade. So now we just have one of them that's lagging behind the others, which might be just annoying enough that we should craft one more. Let's put it on this one. And it took the assembler machine I was going to use, so I'll use this one. How long does that take? 20 seconds. And then we can request casually 6 Grandmasters, right? Right? And then I just sign off. The machine's gunked up all day. No more crafting for anybody. Look up. Is it there again? The spider web? There's a chicken. Why? Why is there a chicken? Where did it come from? What the hell? There's a chicken coming from up above. It just landed. What? Huh? Chicken meteorite? Yeah, it's the new meta. Summon chicken meteorites. They give you nuggies of every metal. Could you imagine metal chickens? Like, let's scrap the bee idea. Let's do chicken breeding. Chat. Forget the bees. Chickens. They make nuggets. Yeah? And then, yeah, okay. We could call it McDonald's or something crazy. Okay, let's pull that out, and then we have one more to upgrade. KFC summon ritual, exactly. I think KFC is a thing in this game, isn't it? Or did they remove it after some copyright stuff? Ah, they might have removed it. There's a bucket of chicken that looks suspiciously like it might be related to that fast food chain, though. Right there. But it has a frowny face because everybody's upset by copyrights, you know? Let's squeeze that in. I'll squeeze that in. And one more 64K on the way. And then they've all been upgraded. I just put that back together with the 16K, didn't I? Let's try this again. Take two. 64K. 64. We can do this. I can pull the right inventory out. Or maybe not. Maybe my brain has been Gregged today after... Are we on like hour 8 of the stream or something crazy? I haven't looked at the timer in a while. Hour 6. Soon to be 7. Okay. So, the math, right? Earlier that I was a little... And then I upgraded our... So we're looking at smelting up here. Okay. We have 33 amps here specifically for some kind of reason. I think it was because of energetic alloy. So let's look at both of these. So we have... okay, not that one, but this one from the dust. Using, I don't know, yeah, sure, helium. Why not? It does require Canthal. Okay. See that? The 1940 heat capacity? The Cooper nickel only goes up to... Cooper nickel. It only needs to be EV. Oh, the heat capacity is also important, yeah? The coil block only goes up to 1801. But you get a bonus on both the Mega EVF and the normal EVF. I have this in their tooltip where they go up by 100K for every voltage tier past MV. Okay. So at 1800, yeah, we have to go up to 2000. Yeah, just EV. Yeah, just one EV energy hatch ought to do that. Why did we have so many then of the MV? Like we had 33, not 32, but 33 to get there. Wonder if it has to do with like the cable loss on... Maybe energetic is a bit more. Because that was the ingot that we were stuck on. Was energetic at first. It is a bit more. Yeah, this one required 2200. Okay. That's what it was. So we were trying to add just that 1 amp extra. Ugh. Get it up past the 2100 to 2200. So we got 300 temperature overclocks. There. We went from 1900 to 2200. Okay. Yeah, so just over an IV. Yeah, so that's why we have the 33s, but okay. Maybe now I'm just gonna do 2 EVs. Powered with 4 Grandmasters? 4 Dragon Eggs? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have a creative world where we could go try that real quick. Let me make sure I'm not missing any. Actually, I'm going to creative. Right that. Disconnect. And then we'll go to single player and Play around with the sandbox. Okay. We have already, I think 33 MV. Well, we did have until I just started hitting them with creative power. Each one of these was 128.2. How did I program them again? I think I went into here and I hit this button twice. This button twice. Okay. Let's not break those. Let's just leave those there. All the MV energy hatches are online. Required Canthal to start here? Did we break like just a single one? I'm confused. What's missing here? MV. These are also MV. In 2018. How many do we have in total? This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 here. Yeah, 6 plus 2 is 8. And then over here there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 12 times 2. Ah, so we're 1 short. Okay. So we're like 1 MV energy hatch and 1 debug generator short of the correct numbers. It powered to life. Okay, but the question is, if we remove that, can we mix energy tiers? Well, let's try. Okay, so we'll take out EV energy hatches. We'll just break some of these up here in the front. And we'll put down these debug generators generating, well, let's start with just 2. But now these debug generators putting down, oh really? It's gonna make me type 2048. Okay. Up by 2 amps. We'll have 4 dragon eggs going into it, in other words. Okay, those are fully powered. And, what say you? EBF? And what's it cooking with? 7,680 IV. I don't know that it's mixing the two. That did go much faster, though. Hold on, how fast was it? We'll put in more. It's only taking 10 seconds now. Wasn't it taking more before? It does only take 10 seconds normally? No, normally they take 80. EBF might say it's... Oh, scan it! Scan it! Heat capacity is 2201K. Max energy income is... saying 70 amps times 8320 per tick. Currently using 7,680. I don't know where it's using them from. Is it the MV ones or is it the EV? I don't know. Let's break some of these MVs. See if it runs out of power. Nope. I guess you can mix energy tiers. It says LEV tier. Like when we scanned this. It does. Huh. Even though we only have 2 EVs and 33 MVs, so we can go up to LUV. Do we do this, X? I think so. Let's mix energy tiers of what could possibly go wrong. I'll have to OAuth log in. One moment. And that's done. The deed is done. 100% boom on server. Yeah. The boom likelihood is entirely possible here. And then here, I'm going to need superconductor cabling to get 2 of these to connect to the same EV energy hatch. Yeah, here's the wire cutter. We only have 2 of these wires, so let's grab them out. Let's go. I suppose I can just take anywhere on the back or on the side. I don't think it really matters too much. Let's grab one spot right here. That is not the block I needed to revisit. No, it is. Yeah, we'll put one EV energy hatch here. The wire will face both ways. Dragon eggs on top of those guys. And another one here. Yeah, you go this way. You go that way. Dragon, and wire cut. This is absolutely cursed. If you could just mix EV energy hatches with the MV1s, but you know, sure, why not? Now what happens if we shove in titanium? Mind doing a request over there, XC? let's see. This thing's gonna come to life, and unfortunately I can't scan it here. I don't have one of those scanners crafted up. But we have it now taking 81 seconds, and it's smelting 4 at a time. It says it's using 7,680. I have no idea which, it's not exploding. Is it also draining benzene like a mad, thirsty chonker? Well, let's find out. I don't think it's draining it near as fast as it was before, but it is still draining it. What do we have here? Oh, this portable scanner. Okay, yeah, and I'm the one on camera, so let me go scan it. Yoink. Tier LUV. E capacity 201. Machine is active. Has muffler upgrade. Okay. Do one more scan here. That internal stored energy number is hovering around 77, maybe? Energy max is 16,640. Oh, you read that really fast. Ah, energy income here. Okay. Only consuming the IV. So I think it's still like slurping up gas though. But I'm not for sure. Like what if we scan like one of these? Or like watch the numbers to see if they blink. Yeah, this number is blinking. I can see it with the what am I looking at up there. Yeah, so there's definitely benzene still flowing. I don't know. Let's go look. Oops, I logged off with the scanner. Let's go back with the scanner first. Didn't mean to log off with the scanner. And then we go back over to the single player. Sandbox world. Let's see if I had parallels enabled. Just open the power panel. Yeah, I did not. Max parallel. Let's turn that on. Is cooking 32 energetic alloy. Let's try with titanium instead. Titanium dust. I also don't think I have... Oh, yeah, I had a little bit of hydrogen in here. Not much. Is there like a creative fluid tank where I wouldn't have to worry about inputting hydrogen or something stupid like that? Creative ME fluid storage cell, sure, I'll take that. And then we can probably put that into a drive of some sort. Of the Me variety. I'm gonna need a small little applied energistics network power thing here now. Let's see if we can't just put you down there, face you this way, do a fluid export bus, put this, get a fluid terminal. Just to put in a smidgen of hydrogen on a, yeah, we don't have the cable there. Any cable, don't care. It's the first one I found. It's gonna be white. And then we'll put in the export bus. Actually, why do I need an export bus? So we could just be really fancy and use like a overkill fluid ME hatch thing, or yeah, you know what? We're doing this. HyperExcel card, sure. On hydrogen. Or was it nitrogen? What were we cooking with? Helium. We'll do with helium. Export helium, and then do... A blasting was like 15k power. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so if we enable the parallels, I think we can get there. Let me see, with this helium though, I need a neutronium energy cell. Don't you just love these creative items that you get later on in the run? Love them. All right, dump the helium. How do I bind this to helium? Cell is empty. Well, yeah, I get that. Maybe it just auto exports helium? No. I think we might need a cell workbench. To get this to unlock its true form. Or we can drag the helium cell onto its pattern. And then maybe now it'll be full. Infinity helium. Yes. It is now full. Okay. Now titanium. What's it gonna do? It can cook 8 if we do helium. And the power consumption is, yeah, 15,000. 80 seconds, huh? Of course with the helium, yeah, 81. You're already piping helium then in our world. Let's just go back to the expert. Yeah. And look at it go. 2 of them in 40. That's not bad. It's an improvement. Now if we just get like a couple more of these dragon eggs, smelt it up, we could really get this thing going, you know? I've got 3 more EV energy hatches in my inventory. Let me see here. Now that we have the 64Ks, if we wanted, like, I don't know, 10 more of these. 10 is just 1 kilobyte more than we can fit. Oh, that's so sad. But if we wanted, like, I don't know, 8 of them. Now we're pushing the limits here. Now we're pushing the limits of some of the materials that we'd be running out of. Let's bookmark these and see how we can solve them. Okay. Blocks of diamonds are just... It's because we're not auto-processing like diamonds we get from bees or pulling in from the mob farm automatically. We're not compressing diamonds, things of that nature. You know, like here we have 155. We can pull some of these out, compress. I'm going to continue to push off the diamond problem for a while longer yet. Okay. That's dealt with for just a little bit longer again, until we finally get annoyed. Polyvinyl chloride. This is something we could handle on demand with our new chem reactor crafter thing, yeah? Except it does require circuits. This is the trouble. This is the trouble that we run into. Why we would need multiple LCRs with different circuits in their controller. Send these recipes to, you know? What? Let's temporarily toss in this. And do I want it to make water? I mean, sure. This is fine. Chlorine, ethylene, oxygen. That does stretch the ethylene a little farther, right? Fluoric, I think it's the same. Spray can, the bus is hatched. What? You can do that? Even though it doesn't have like the input separation. Well, we can't change it. It's always separating inputs, but that's cool. So if I put input buses, well, how we designed this though, we're gonna have to have a whole another one facing like on another side over here or something with more fluid storage buses, or maybe we do less. Maybe we only need like 1 quad hatch and then 1 input hatch per setup. And if we subnet storages to this 1 storage bus, maybe all of them could store into it. Yeah, I mean, that's what we want, is like 1 LCR for everything. At some point. At least 1 LCR for all the things that you craft a lot of. They keep them turned on all the time. Is that another chicken? I don't know where the chickens are coming from. No idea. You know, folks, I'm a bit tuckered. For Sunday Greggin'. Let's leave the Greggin' to somebody else for now. We're going to raid out. Who are we heading into? We have a Russian. Another Russian. Another Russian. Okay. Is there anybody English? Streaming GTNH. One of the random potato players is going. Yeah, this is true. Let's raid them. I can't hear what they're saying. Yeah, they're yapping. Okay. Be great. Okay. Thank y'all for hanging out today. I saved myself from so many mistakes because y'all were around once again. It's nice to have the body doubling. And I'll catch y'all during the next stream. Might take another day off on the stream again. And then we'll be back at it at some point this week. Could be 2 days. It depends on apartment viewing. Chat. We're viewing more apartments this week. So let's stay frosty. Catch y'all later.